Good morning, everyone. And welcome to our Federal Programs New Directors Training.
Good morning, John.
I'm Molly Killingsworth. I am the Director of Federal Programs at the state. We are so delighted to have you guys here. I see some familiar faces, so I know everybody's not new, but whether you are new to the district, new, like this is your first time, or you've been in the role a year or two, we know how important the work is. We know it's not a light lift, it's a heavy lift. And so just know that we're here to support you however we can. We're all in this together, we're here to support you. Over the next 2 days, we're going to hopefully give you the information just to lay the foundation. There's no way we can go over every single thing that you would need, but we're going to help lay the foundation for you, tell you the most important thing, which is how to get your money, which is getting your application approved. You have to get your application approved in order to get your funds. In addition to that, we're going to talk about resources that are available to you, critical partnerships that you guys need to make if you don't know those individuals in your district, in the community, and then compliance guidelines, just making sure you're in compliance with state and federal laws to make sure we're all doing what we're supposed to. So that's our goal for the next 2 days. Before we dig in, I want to I have a few announcements. Hopefully everyone has signed the sign-in sheet. And if you have not, anybody has not signed the sign-in sheet? Perfect, okay. Lunch, you should have a paper on your table with all the places for lunch. And everything is within a few minutes, so we have like an hour and 15 minutes for lunch. Please try as much as possible to adhere to the guidelines. We want to start and end on time as much as possible. The restrooms, if you go out of the room, take a left down the hall, and then a right, they're right there on that left. Parking lot, we have a couple of parking lots here and then one over there. If you have any questions as we're going throughout, feel free to just jot them down, and we'll have breaks throughout where you can park them, or if you just put them on the table, one of our staff, will grab them and put them on the parking lot. And I'm going to walk through the notebook. If you would take out your notebook, I just want to make sure everybody has everything they need. You have this note-taking tool, and so we always want to give you something to kind of take notes on. As we're going through anything that goes in that first column, anything that squares with your thinking, it makes sense, you got it, no issues, okay, let's move on. And then the second column, what points do you need to remember to act on? So when I get back to my LEA, I need to do these things. Those are kind of like action steps. And then the last one, what questions are rolling around in your head? What are some things, I'm not sure about that, I'm not sure I understand that. So just jot those down, and as we see those things over today and tomorrow, if we see something, we may make some notes and then go back and revisit. We want to make sure you guys leave here with a clear understanding of everything that we go over. Okay, so also in your notebook, you have the chart, the organization chart, and our teams, mostly separated by regions. You notice we have the charter school separate. Yolanda Avery is not here today, but she'll be here on tomorrow. And then we have the federal programs handbook. We're not going to go through the entire handbook, but we will touch some specific areas. Then you have the eGAP checklist. This is what we check when we are reviewing you all's applications. So what I would do before I submit an application, I would go through and make sure I have all these components taken care of. Then you have function codes. That's from accounting. And then last is the timeline, and we're going to go over the timeline, but just the timeline just to kind of help keep you calibrated, knowing what's coming up, so you can kind of stay organized. A good idea might be to take that timeline and maybe incorporate it in your calendar at the at your LEA, your work calendar. That's what I would do. Okay. So here's our staff. These are our administrators. As I mentioned earlier, we have some of our staff here today and some will be here tomorrow. All of our administrators are here today. Can y'all stand real quick? Sorry. I know I didn't say much. So this is our administrative staff, again, here to help however we can. And then we have ed specialists who's here today. Jennifer, Stan, please, Dana, Eric, Kelly, and Brittany are here today. Okay, who's here today? Faith Gaucher is here. Holly's not here.
Holly's here.
Holly is here. Ooh, thank you, Faith. And then Dr. Pines is here. Tatum is here. LaDonna is not here today. Carla is here. Carla, where are you? There you go. And Becky is here today. And then, oh, she gets a page by herself. Angela Russell is our accountant. And you guys, please use her. We are so fortunate to have an accountant. We're the only department at the State Department that has our separate accounting. Everybody else is in either LEA accounting or SDE accounting, but they see now that we need it, and she stays very busy, but not that busy, so feel free to call on her as you need to. So these are our ASAs, Administrative Support Assistants. You need to know them. 2 are here today. Philip's not here, right? Okay. So 2 are here today. Benita and Nia, can you guys stand? And so you all need to know who they are, at least know their names, because from time to time when we send out an all call, it will most likely come from one of them. And so when you see something that goes out to everybody, in fact, we're going to send something out today regarding funds being released. We started getting in the habit when the superintendents received a memo, Title III.
Title III.
So Title III. Funds being released, it went to superintendents. Several federal program directors have said, well, we don't get those all the time from superintendents, or it takes weeks to get it, yada, yada, yada. So we're gonna send those out to you guys. If anyone is not getting the notifications, or you don't get one today or tomorrow, hopefully we'll send it out today, please let us know, because there's an issue. You're not in EdDur. And sometimes with our new directors, you may not be in EdDur immediately. So this is our org chart that you have a copy of. Ma'am. What about that?
She's here.
I did Tatum when I said Dr. Pines is here, Tatum's back here. Did you not stand, Tatum?
I didn't stand.
Oh, I'm sorry. You guys, so Tatum is our newest member. Tatum Worthington, and she came to us from Ottawa County.
Ottawa County, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. These are our regional teams. As you see, we have all the charters together. And I know the charter schools today, you're sitting with the regions, which is fine. But the reason why we have one person with charter, sometimes the charter schools have a different set of needs or than our traditional LEAs. And so we just want to make sure everybody gets what they need. And Yolanda will be here tomorrow. We're the charters. Raise your hand. Charter schools. 2 charters. Charters, 1, 2. Okay, we're missing. Like 4. Okay. Okay, so as a federal programs director, coordinator, or director, your role in general is just overseeing the federal funds, overseeing the federal education grants, whether it's Title I, Title II, Title III, whatever the funds are that you all receive from the U.S. Department of Education. It is your job to oversee the funds, meaning making sure they're spent according to the guidelines. We at the State Department, we approve your application. Your application is saying this is how I'm going to spend the funds, and we approve that. But then on the back end, we come back and monitor to make sure you did what you said you were going to do. So when you actually draw down your funds and spend your funds, nobody's going to come and say, hey, you didn't do that quite right. You can't do that. You got to do something different. No. We're going to wait till we monitor you, and then you're going to have to pay the funds back. So please, if you don't remember anything else I say, please remember, spend the funds the way they're supposed to be spent. And if you need to make a change, do something different, that's what amendments are for. We do amendments all the time, and there's nothing wrong with asking for an amendment. We would much rather you do 3, 4 amendments throughout the year than to do something different, and then when we monitor you, your district has to pay back $200,000 because funds were not spent the way they were supposed to be spent. Which is compliance with federal guidelines. Also, meeting the needs of a specific population. If it's 1003, school improvement, make sure it's for school improvement. If it's Title III EL, make sure it's for the purpose, whatever that population. Homeless, make sure what you're doing are for that student population. Also, aligning the spending with the district needs. Dana's gonna talk tomorrow, I believe, a little bit about the ASIP, how each of the schools have to develop an ASIP, and that has to be aligned with how you're spending your funds. One of the things that we see sometimes, and I'm telling you guys this, mostly new directors, the disconnect between what's going on at the school and what's going on at the district. The folks at the district, you've got to know what's going on you've got to know what's going on at the schools, or else you're writing a plan that may or may not meet their needs, or sometimes that's how you end up spending money outside of what was in the approved application, because somebody says, oh, I need this. Okay, that's fine, let's do it. Well, it's not in the application. So let's do an amendment, let's do it the right way, and then go back in and get it approved. And then evaluation and improvement. This is probably one of the areas that we need to do better on as a state. It is your job, believe it or not, to evaluate how you're spending the funds and look for opportunities for improvement. So, for example, you've got 6 Title I schools. I'm just making this up, not speaking to anybody specifically. You've got 6 Title I schools, and for the past 5 years, they've all spent money on ABC program, whatever that program is. Is it effective? How do you know? And if you don't know, that's even more problematic. If it's not effective, why are you continuing to spend money on it? And maybe there's nothing wrong with the program. Maybe it's in the implementation. Maybe you're supposed to have students on the program for an hour a day and you're only doing 30 minutes twice a week. I don't know all that. But it's your job to know that and to dig into that and to assist lead the schools in those efforts. If you need help with that, we've got people on staff that can help you with that. So, budget management, application submission, needs assessment. Everything starts with the needs assessment. You can't just say, this is what I want to spend money on. Well, what are your needs telling you? What is your assessment telling you that the students need, that the teachers need for the students, for the community? Again, monitoring, reporting, and then coordinating. We're going to talk a little bit in a minute about collaborating with different individuals at the district level. Also, training and support, that's such a big part of it. I would encourage you guys, when you go back to your districts, if you already don't have, create a schedule for training the individuals at your district level who are responsible for handling federal funds, and at the school level who are responsible for or are beneficiaries of recipients of federal funds, on your LEA policies. If you're not sure where your policies are or you don't have any policies, you need to see Angela Russell, she can help you with that. Enrollment procedures. Every year we'll have 4 or 5 LEAs, we'll get a call, a student, actually got one last week, an LEA is refusing to let a student enroll. If the kid is homeless, y'all let him enroll. If it's an EL student, you gotta let him enroll. If it's special ed, let him enroll. Don't even say, but they don't have this, they don't have that. The law doesn't care. Get them enrolled and then help them get shop record, proof of residency, all of that stuff. That's just the law. So you're never gonna win that battle if you don't allow the students to enroll. And that's one of the areas that you guys need to train the schools on to make sure that they take care of those protected populations. ASIP development, again, Dana's gonna address that. Any of these areas, if you don't feel comfortable having the training and you need some support, let us know. We absolutely would help you with that. And then internal controls, whatever the controls are. And so let me give you a real example of someone last year. So someone that we know went to a district as a new federal programs director. Well, this district, they already had their process. They had their process of what they do. The principals say that what they want. They email this to the CSFO. The CSFO says yay, nay, da, 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 and then it goes to the federal programs director. Well, federal programs director is kicking this stuff back left and right. That's not allowable. You can't do that. Da, 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 for whatever reason. Well, you need some type of internal controls in place. What they should have done at this district when this new person was hired, sit the new person down and say, hey, this is what we typically do in the district. So then this new person says, okay, I know the law. And I don't think that's gonna be right because da, 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 da. So then the principals aren't frustrated, they're not calling the State Department, you know, we don't have to get all in their business. So again, if you don't have internal controls, talk to Angela Russell and she can help you with those. If you're just not sure where they are, likely the CSFO superintendent can help you with that, figure out, you know, where they are and what they are. But again, make sure you train your folks. So your principals, your Title I teachers, whoever approves or makes suggestions or whatever, make sure they all know what that process looks like. Monitoring, we all love monitoring, don't we? So, you know, it's just part of it. You know, you get funds from the feds, they want to see what you're doing. One thing I want to make sure that I mention with monitoring is that, and Edward Williams is over our monitoring section. One of the things I want to make sure I mention is that we don't get any pleasure in sending out findings to anybody. We don't get any pleasure in making someone pay the money back. But you guys should know that when we issue a finding to you guys, to one of the LEAs for doing something wrong, if we don't, when we are monitored from the feds, then we get the finding. So I don't know if you guys realize that. So say, for example, your district spends $200,000 on, I don't know, food, and they weren't supposed to from Title I. Well, we see it and we give you a slap on the hand, slap on the wrist. Well, the feds come and monitor us and they say, well, you didn't get the money back from them, you owe the federal grant. So that comes down to us. So just understand, when we're monitoring because we want to make sure, regardless of who's looking at our records, everything is nice and clean and there's no, you know, we don't have to worry about any of those issues. Receiving and resolving complaints, make sure you have a process. If hopefully your district already has a process for that, but if not, make sure you all have a process and you notify people what the process is. For example, if for complaints, if back to the kid that can enroll, if a parent wants to complain, you don't want them calling the State Department. You want them to call you guys so you guys can handle it. Because the first thing we're going to do is ask them, have you called the district? And then we're going to call you all. So just make sure you have a process in place to handle those complaints, and then you let everybody know what that process is. And usually most districts, at the bottom of a form, it would say, you know, for complaints you made, or file a complaint, or whatever the official process is. Public transparency, probably another thing we could do a little better in the state of Alabama. We're not transparent sometimes, but the more transparent you are, I think the better, because when you're doing the right thing, in my opinion, when you're doing the right thing, it doesn't matter who's looking. It really doesn't, because you're doing the right thing, you're not afraid of somebody coming in or whatever. Sometimes we're not as transparent, but just know there's certain things that have to be in the public forum. And then collaboration, communication, that is so important, and we are gonna talk a little bit about that now. So these are key relationships that you need to have. These folks you need to know in your LEA. The superintendent ultimately is responsible for every single thing. So whether you think it's a good idea, bad idea, doesn't matter. Mr. or Mrs. Superintendent says it's a great idea, it's a great idea, you're gonna go with it. They say, oh, we're not doing that, then it's a no. Because every single application that you guys sign, eventually the superintendent has to sign in order, before it can come to us at the state level. CSFO, also there are other sections, accountability, curriculum instruction, all of these sections, different sections, and we do the same at the State Department. We collaborate with the different individuals in these sections to make sure we're all on the same page. There are some areas where our work intersects. And then community partners. Please know your community partners. Get to know who's out there that's been doing the work, that's been helping. If there are any new businesses in the area that nobody has tapped, you know, go tap them, because those community partners are really, really helpful, especially in the time of the issues with the funding, and we all know what's happened over the past couple weeks. We all received all of our funds. I'm assuming you guys know this year we have all of our funds. Don't think we're going to get all of our funds next year. So if you think that's going to happen, we already know it's, you know, we're expecting some changes next year. So please tap into your community partners to see how they can assist. So Also at the State Department, you've got a number of people at your disposal. You have your program specialists, so the program specialists are the individuals over the individual programs. Becky being over Title III, and LaDonna being over homeless, Carla and Melissa over 21st Century. But then you also have your regional specialists, the individuals that are assigned to the, we call them teams, not necessarily regions, but those individuals assigned in specific areas to support you. You also have technical assistance. Brittany is responsible for technical assistance. She leads that up, and she'll speak, I believe, tomorrow on what she's been doing and how she can help you guys. And then training and compliance support. When it comes time for monitoring, we don't just say, okay, it's time for monitoring. Prior to any support you need, any questions you have, whatever it is you need, we're there to support you. Monitoring is not in, I got you, I caught you doing this, I caught you doing that. It's making sure we're all clear, so when we're audited, you know, we're not getting the finding because something you guys did and we overlooked it and said, oh, I really like them, don't bother them. You know, we can't afford to do that. But we just want to make sure everybody is in the clear. So those are all of the individuals at the state level that are at your disposal. Here's some helpful resources. That's our State Department website. Then eGAP, that's the link that you, of course, submit your application when it's time. OESC, that's the Office of Elementary and Secondary Education, the federal government. If you just want to peruse, if you've never been on that site, I would encourage you just to peruse it. It has information about the different types of grants, basic information that you just will want to know, just have a basic working knowledge of. AFIPA is our state organization. Everybody has a state organization for administrators of federal grants. I would encourage you guys, if you're not a member or if you're not aware of, to join AFIPA, attend the conference, and this year it's November, anybody?
First week of November.
First week of November, AFIPA conference, first week of November. But there's the link. It's a really good way to stay abreast. We have a partnership with AFIPA. And so every single year, that's one of the conferences that our entire staff attends. There are 2 conferences we attend every year, and that's one of them. And so we have a partnership with them. You get really good, helpful, timely information, updates, anything that's going on that you need to know about. But then also, it's a time to collaborate with each other as well. And then the U.S. Department of Education, this is their official website. And actually, OESC falls under that, but it's just easier to go to the Office of Elementary Secondary Education. And then finally, we have a federal programs YouTube channel. Eric has done a phenomenal job getting that up and running. And so everything that's on there came from something that you guys, something that somebody suggested. Hey, I'm having trouble with this, having trouble with that, I can't remember this, can't remember that. And so he has, and I don't know if he's talking on it later, but if we get a chance, maybe before the end of the day today, we can go there and just show you. There's specific trainings there, and then there's like a playlist if you want to know about, what's the playlist, Eric?
I mean, it's got
The data. Don't you have a playlist for AIM?
yes, each of the data tiles.
Yeah.
There's 6 of them. They get certified at the end of the year. There's a user guide tutorial video for each of those.
Yeah, so there are a couple playlists in there. If you're looking just to, how do you certify data? What do you need to do? There's a playlist. You can watch it for your property data. You can watch it for your home, watch it for each of the different areas. Okay, so take just a minute. Any comments, any notes, anything you want to add on your note-taking tool? Any questions you have, anything you need to remember, take back to you, take back to your LEA to work on, to address, or anything that's green, we got it, I'm good. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Chris with our overview.
We're going to do an overview of the programs, and it's going to be brief because we don't want to everyone.
Chris, you want to talk
where
about
we are. So just before I start, know that Can't hear me. Ooh, I gotta be loud in here. Let me get my grandma voice on. Oh. Yes, okay. I'm gonna try to talk louder. That better? Maybe. So we have two different types of grants. If you're brand new, this may give you a little extra information here. We have formula grants and we have discretionary grants. Your formula grants are already, they're calculated on a predetermined formula, and your discretionary grants are the ones where you do the competition. Okay, so your competitive grants like your McKinney-Vento for the homeless and Amanda's 21st Century, those are our competitive. Here you have a list of all of our, is it any better back there? Can y'all hear me any better? Better, okay. We have a list here of all of our different grants. We have Title I Part A, which is our huge grant that you all are probably very familiar with. Under Title I Part A, we have school improvement, and that is Dr. Williams. We have preschool. Who is doing preschool now? Yolanda usually does preschool, I believe. Rebecca. Okay, Dr. Pines is going to be doing preschool in the back. Foster care is Jennifer Adams. She'll be here tomorrow, so if you have any foster care questions, you can catch her. Title I Part C is our migrant education, and that is Becky Wilson. Wave at us, Becky, so they can see. Our Title I Part D, our NRD, is again Jennifer Adams, who you will get to see tomorrow. Title II is Faith Gaucher, over here. Our Title III, which encompasses immigrant and English learners, is again Becky. Title IV, we have Part A and Part B. Now, I'm going to mention it here and then I'll mention it again a little bit later. Title IV, other than the 21st century portion of that, is handled with another section. Okay, it's in your consolidated application, but we do not review that. So another section reviews that and then lets us know whether it can be approved or if it needs to go back. Title V, Part B, is Tatum, our newest back here. That's our rural education. And Title VI is our Indian Ed, and that's Tatum as well. So again, our discretionary grants here, I went ahead and told you what those were, so anybody interested in those? Now, everything with our federal funds has to do with student improvement, every single program, okay? So we want you to really think about your needs assessment, what needs to be improved, how can you make things better, how can you level the playing field for these children. That's what it's all about. This holds us at the State Department accountable, it holds you at the LEA level accountable, and it holds the schools accountable for increasing school achievement. We want to move the needle on these children. 1003 is Dana again. I just like to keep saying their names so that you can get familiar. You're new, you need to get familiar with these names and feel comfortable to call our specialists. Our specialists will help you in any way. It doesn't matter if it's a tiny question or if it's a big question. Call them, they'll be happy to help you. So part of this is you have supplemental funds for your CSI schools, okay? We don't have a lot of CSI schools this year, but we have a few. So these are supplemental funds. Dana will go into detail a little more, I think, on some of this later. You see your allowable uses here. I'm not going to read those to you, but a lot of people will use personnel, professional development, extended learning, okay? Anything that you can to help bump that needle on these babies. The foster care, this is another way to have us at the State Department, you as an LEA, and Child Protective Services or CPS, DHR, whatever it is in your area, to come together. We work together in collaboration to keep these children in school, get them enrolled. As Dr. Killingsworth said, we want them to be enrolled as quickly as possible. These kiddos go from place to place to place, and you can imagine how difficult that could be for them if they miss out on some of the standards. Okay, over here, we want to get them in school as quickly as possible. We don't want them to miss things. I think at Mega, I asked you to please reach out and find out who your DHR contact is. You reach out to them. I know you have to do some meetings, but reach out to them, get to know them, get them on your side, and that way these things are so much easier if you've got a relationship with the people you're working with. Our preschool also falls under Title I. You can fully fund your preschool program with your Title I funds, or you can split fund it, okay? That is up to you. Again, go back and look at your needs, figure out what you need. Here are a list of some of other fund sources, okay? We're not saying you have to use these, but these are just some extra to let you know. Our Title I Part C for our migrant children, Becky just took over that. Becky, you have what, 7 days on this, maybe?
Yeah, thereabouts.
No, somewhere about that. You all knew that Sally Meek was our person for this for several years. So Becky took the baton on this. These are purely supplemental funds. Anything you do in your LEA to provide service for these babies through any other title, okay, this is extra to that. It's supplemental to that. Some of you will serve them through your EL programs, okay, your different things. So this is completely supplemental for that. A migratory child is a child that's less than 21, okay, and they have to have made a qualifying move in the last 36 months. You don't determine that, we do that, and we have a team who does that for you, but we try to, and then we're working on, someone asked for a report. I was thinking it was Tori, no, she's looking at me weird, no. For a list of all of their students that have come through, because you know, they move in and out over the summer, they come in about this time of year, and so we're working, whoever asked me for that last week, we are working to get that put together so that you can reconcile your records with what we have. So here are some of the allowable uses of your Title I Part C funds. If you look in the first one under instructional services, sometimes these babies need tutoring before and after school. Okay, so that's a simple, easy one that lots of people use their funds for. You can see the rest of the list there of potential. Okay, I want to say potential. These are not all of them. This is just a short list. We just like to give you examples. Under support services, think about it. These families are moving constantly. They don't know what they don't know, but they don't know where the doctor's office is. Okay, they may not know where the health department is. So you can give them some help, okay? Help them get access to those things. Those are important. We want to make sure they know where to go. Under professional counseling, they may need some mentoring, or they may need some school-based mental health help because of the moving. If you think about it, if your life turned upside down basically every 2 or 3 months, or even every 6 months, and how hard and difficult that would be for you as a child, not to mention how difficult it is for the parents. Your family literacy programs, and then your transition programs. We've had so many migrant children who have gone through our migrant program and have gone up and graduated, they've become employed, they've gone to college, they've been very successful. We have several of them who work on the federal level, and they talk about how important the program was to their success because they didn't know what was out there. You know, they grew up in that family culture, that lifestyle, and they didn't know that there were other things available, and they didn't know that they could go get an education, and what could we do? Some of them have gone back and gotten an education and have returned back to the field and set up training camps and counseling and things themselves. Okay, so the program is important. Title I Part D, these are our most at-risk children as far as their behavior goes. If you have, if you receive Title I D funds, everybody does not, but if you do, you can use these funds, of course, for educational services. We want these children to graduate high school, but oftentimes they end up having to do a GED type program. But please, if you've received Title I D funds, let's try to encourage them to get that high school degree, and not degree, but their diploma, and instead of just falling back to a GED, because sometimes they fall back to that because it seems to be the easiest. And it's okay, you can be very successful, but we really want to keep them in school if at all possible. So you have your transition plan. All of you are asked to do that. You have a transition plan you have to do. Let's say kiddos leave your LEA, they go to a facility, now they're coming back. They need help, they need that extra layer of support whenever they come back to your LEA. Okay, so that's what your transition support is for, getting grades back, getting them back in the routine. And of course you want to have anything in place that you can possibly get in place to keep them in school. We don't try not to have them drop out. There's a huge tendency to drop out, okay? So a lot of them, from their point of view, I've messed up, my life is over, so this is what I'm gonna settle for. And you could be the difference in them staying in school, staying out of trouble, and making a successful life. So you never know what kind of impact you can have. These are some of the allowable uses for your Title I D funds. Of course, counseling, mental health, those GED prep courses I was talking about. And then there's some of our facilities use credit recovery, lots of different programs for that. And then also your teachers, tutors. Title II, I was very surprised. Last week I was volunteering at a school, and the principal had been a principal for almost 30 years, and he said to me about Title II, well, I thought that was just that PD stuff. And I went, huh, really? Just that PD stuff? And I said, what kind of PD? You know, just PD. I said, no, not just PD. So we started having a conversation. He was not even aware of a lot of the things that were available, rather than just your typical, say, on, you know, maybe you're doing something throughout the year and it's embedded, and it just has to do with one specific thing. Okay, that's what a lot of people are used to. A lot of the old school leaders are used to that. He was not aware of some of these other things, and that just really surprised me. You know, how could he not know some of these things? And so it just opened the door for conversation to tell him about some of these things. So he understood, you know, the challenge, giving them the, excuse me, my mouth is very dry, I took some new medication. The increase of achievement, okay? He got that, he understood the part about we're gonna get our teachers to be more effective, let's teach them, let's get them on board. But he was not really truly aware, oh, we got a microphone out. He was not aware of how to help teachers become more effective, to really take that PD and hone it in, look at what his specific school needed, look at his own needs, and communicate that to the central office and get a PD plan in place that specifically works for his school. I was just very surprised by that. So hopefully you guys can go back and make sure that some of the principals in your districts are not lacking in that area. Of course, these last two, we want to get those effective teachers in place to our low income and minority students in those low performing schools. If you've got a teacher that's just really moving the data and is blowing it off the top, okay, you want to try to get that teacher into some of your low performing schools. That may mean to give them a stipend, Title II, and do that stipend, okay? So that's an example of getting an effective teacher into a good place to help move the needle on your students. These are just a few of the allowable uses for Title II. So of course you want to recruit and retain, because you've got to have something to attract these teachers. If you want effective teachers, you've got to attract them, want them to be there. You want to try to get people from other fields to come in. We have lots of resources in different communities that could come in and teach some things in your schools, and you would be surprised at what these kiddos could learn. Class size reduction, and class size reduction was another one of the things that the principal and I talked a little bit about. He was not aware of some things that he could do, okay? So we kept on with our conversation. I gave him some more information of how he could go about letting his district know what he needs, because he was not quite aware of the information he needed to give. He was just saying, I have too many students. That's not going to convince anybody that you need a class size reduction unit. You need to look at your data. And I started to show him, luckily his reading coach was right close by. We were able to look at, I took him in there and showed some data, and I said, look, this right here, this is what you need to do. This is what you need to be looking at here. Go talk to your central office people. Talk to your federal programs director. Show them why you need this, not just because you have too many bodies in a classroom. So hopefully that helped him. You want to increase your teacher effectiveness. Make sure, guys, whenever you are putting on your PD, that you're actually doing PD that is pertinent. I said this earlier, but make it pertinent to your LEA. Don't just do something because somebody else did it and they were successful. Hone in on what your needs are. And then you have some more, okay, down through here that you can use. We're not going to go over everything. So when we're talking about PD, we want to move away from this one-day standalone, because that's not effective PD. You want to have it to be job embedded. Okay, we preach this. I'm preaching to the choir. I know. Collaborative, job embedded, classroom focused, data driven. Okay, you want to make it go throughout the year and even through the summer if you need to. Sometimes we've seen LEAs that have put plans in place, and they have a 3-year plan that they have come up with, and to go through a whole 3-year process. There's nothing wrong with that if you have the time and ability to do that. So you want to make sure, I can't drive that home enough, make sure that your PD is pertinent to what your needs are. I often hear teachers say, they're not giving me what I need. Okay, so talk to those people in the trenches and bring their needs to the forefront of your central office people. Title III, Becky has this, and this is for our English learners and immigrant. Immigrant and migrant are not one and the same. Okay, they are different. So your Title III funds are completely supplemental to anything that you provide in your district. Okay? Keep that in mind. Your Title III babies or anybody who is the age of 3 to 21, this is important, 3 to 21, they have not been born anywhere in the United States. They have not been attending school, correct? 3 years, but I was gonna say 36 months, I was making sure, I was looking at her to make sure. And these do not have to be consecutive. That is often a question that we get. Does the 36 months have to be consecutive? No, it doesn't. So some allowable uses for your immigrant funds, because they are different, immigrant and Title III, EL, sorry. So these are some things that you can use this for. A lot of times, mentoring is a good idea, always. Of course, your curricular materials. Parent and family outreach is important. If you can reach the families, you know, they can actually help, you know that, support the students, they can support you, you can help them. It's all takes a village. So some of the allowable uses for our English learners here, you see the supplemental software, okay? So not anything that you already have in place, supplemental to what you already have. Your supplemental professional development, if you have professional development that is required, that's not supplemental. We had that question, last week, I believe. So make sure that if you have questions about what is supplemental, contact Becky or contact me so that we can walk you through, because some of this gets confusing. We get it, we understand. We want to make sure you understand what you have to provide and then what you can provide. We want you to use these funds. Sometimes supplemental staff can get a little sticky, okay? So please, if you have questions about that, talk to one of us. We can talk you through it, how to do that. Title V, Title IV. Our student achievement here, okay? Again, you see our SEAs, LEAs, and our schools and our communities, we're all coming together. Again, student improvement. Can't emphasize that enough. So we have 3 priorities here. You want them to get a well-rounded education. Some of you will use these for safety purposes. A lot use them for technology. Now remember, this is the one that is in your consolidated application, but we do not approve that portion, okay? It is overseen right here. We put it on this slide by student support, okay? So we are in constant contact with them. A lot of times they like to put in, and I got to participate in this at some of the schools that I was got to teach in, arts and music and the STEM. I got to do the STEM, and it was so fun. The kids love it. It gets them out of their seat. They get to have a good time. It's just a fun thing. So, and then we have our safety again. A lot of you use it for that. And then you have your digital literacy down here. Again, these are not all-encompassing lists, okay? These are partial lists. So our 21st century is Amanda Ryland, who has this with her team. And these are programs that are after school. These programs use a lot of the similar activities and materials that Title IV would use, okay? They implement after school things like music, art, STEM, okay? Anything, and they really like for these activities to flow with what the teachers are doing. That's not always exactly possible, but they do try to have them talk with the teachers and try to stay on track with, and just kind of emphasize and bump up, so to speak, what they've had during school, okay? So we have lots of things here that they can do, and if you have any questions about 21st century, please see Amanda. We have a grant coming up. Yes, okay, a competitive grant that's coming up. So please see her or her team. And guys, this is great This is absolutely great for these kids, so please, please consider applying. These are some of the things that people have implemented with these funds. Okay, as I mentioned, the music, the STEM was my favorite. Art, counseling, just anything that is enrichment type activities to go and just hold up what those teachers have taught during the school day. Now, our rural education, everybody doesn't get these funds, but you will know if you do, okay? The specialist that is Tatum now will let you know if you receive these funds. It's two separate programs. We have the Small Rural School Achievement Program and I always have to read this, Rural and Low Income Schools Program. These can help tremendously for those districts who receive them. You can, again, like in Title II, where you want to recruit and retain your teachers, you can use your Title V funds to do that as well. You can also use it for professional development. I want to skip down here to this one, okay? You can use these funds for any authorized activities under all of these other programs. So this is just another little pot of fund to help you support these children. Our last one is McKinney-Vento, LaDonna Rudolph, and you all are probably familiar with her unless you're brand new, handles our homeless. We want to get these homeless babies in school. Okay, I think that's what she preaches. So the purpose of this, any homeless parent, guardian, we want to get their children in school. Okay, we want to get them enrolled. Same thing with these as with our foster care babies. Get them in school. Let's get them involved. Okay, let them, and when I say get them in school and get them involved, and Dr. Killingsworth mentioned the enrollment piece, I just want to kind of go back to that for a second. Go ahead and enroll them and get them actively participating. Okay, it doesn't mean enroll them and then go sit them in the library until you get their schedule figured out. Make it a priority, and please, please, please make sure that anybody in your district that handles registration understands that they don't have to come in with the same packet that everybody else does. Okay, if they're missing something, go ahead and enroll them and then help them find the documents that are missing. Okay? So here's some use of funds for your McKinney-Vento. Of course, tutoring. I know this one, LaDonna kind of emphasizes this one here a good bit because these children often don't see a doctor. They often don't see a dentist. So these things here, she kind of really emphasizes, let's get them healthy in there along with all of their academics. They need to be healthy as well. And then you see all of of course, your supports there for academics.
Here we have our compliance monitoring schedule this cycle. We have about 40 LEAs going through the process this cycle. And we start about September 15th all the way through June 2nd. So a full cycle of monitoring. As you know, sometimes that is extremely busy. I would also say this, so most of the times when LEAs think about compliance, automatically they get overwhelmed, right? They feel this, oh my goodness, I gotta go through monitoring in addition with all the other things I have on my plate. So truly, it is our goal to support you all through this process. And if you get a chance to kind of talk to anybody who went through the process last year, just kind of talk to them to get that perspective to see how the things go with them. All right? So again, it's our goal to partner with you all and support you throughout this monthly process. I would say, if you could, just kind of reach out to those LEAs. For all my LEAs who went through the process last year, if you could raise your hand. So we have a few who went through the process last year, and maybe they can provide you all with some insight about the process. But again, it's reflective as we go through the process. We want to identify those highlights, the areas that you all perform well, right? So we want to share that good news. We want to ensure that you all follow those federal regulations. So these are some of the things that we look for in monitoring. As you can see, these are programs that will be monitored, so we have everything from Title I RA to Title II to McKinney-Vento and Equitable Services to non-public schools. For any of our LEAs who kind of went through that monitoring process for the college year, which was 2021, 2022 for ESSA 1 and Year 1, you all will only be monitored for ESSA 2 and August. So talking about the risk assessment. With our risk assessment, we use a multitude of indicators to tier LEA. Right, so it could be anything from changes in key personnel. Right? So you may have a new superintendent, or you could have a new federal programs director, or you could have a new CSFO, right? It could be findings from a previous compliance monitor, right? So you could go through that process again, right? It could be Title I carryover percentage, right? So those are just some of the things that we look at as far as our risk assessment to tier LEAs, right? So after we go through this process, LEAs are tiered into one of three groups. All right. So we have our low risk, which is tier 1. So with our low risk, you all would kind of go through our documentation review, right? And I already received questions about some tier 1s, low risk, going through that process, right? So it'll only be documentation. We'll log into the Cognitive Diagnostic website, assess that documentation, and provide you with feedback. So you all do not have to go through any interviews, and the sample size is a small sample size, right? For all my moderate risk LEAs, my tier 2, you all will go through that cognitive process in addition to virtual interviews. So you'll have a Title I parent interview, a central office interview, right? And the support schools that you all might have. So in the TSI, CSI, and any neglect or delinquent facilities, right? And that sample size would be just a little bit larger than it would if you were a low risk. My tier 3, my high risk LEAs, of course, that means we come in person, right? So you get a chance to see our faces on your campus, right? Some of you all don't like that. I love to come on campus, right? I love that process, to interact with you all and develop those relationships with you all. So I love tier 3 high risk. You all might not like it. So with this process, you all will go through that documentation review on site. Those interviews will be on site. And again, it's everything from Title I CERD to non-Title I, central office to the Title I parent to neglect or delinquent facilities, right? And non-public schools. And that sample size will be large, right? So let me give you all a quick example. So let's say William City Schools, right? On the tier 3 LEA based on the risk assessment, right? So now I'm thinking about the monitoring process, right? My 5-week email is coming out Monday. So I'm thinking, what do I need to do? How do I need to go about this process? So the first thing I'm thinking is, I need to talk with my key personnel group. So I know before, Dr. Killingsworth had a slide that talked about those key relationships. So she had the superintendent, right, the CSFO, the federal programs director, right, curriculum and instruction. It could be EL personnel. I want to get with those people and I want to have a conversation. Hey, we're going through the monitoring process. These are some of the things we need, right? We can't work as silos. We got to work together throughout this process, right? So I will use my technical assistance checklist, right? It's part of the things that will be in that 5-week email. So as I upload my documentation into Cognia, I'm checking it off on my checklist, right? Making sure that my information is accurate and sufficient, right? So as I'm uploading, I'm checking it off. Uploading, I'm checking it off, right? So when I get to the point where it's the 3-week documentation check, I have uploaded everything I can upload, right? I talked to my CSFO, I have all my financials, I have the budget analysis report, I have the detailed general ledgers, I have the gross employee salary report and the Excel spreadsheet, right? All of those things that I need from a financial standpoint, I have those, right? Everything is uploaded. Now I'm waiting on that initial review, right? So when the initial review comes out, I get some good news. William City Schools, you all have made progress. I see you all are clearing those components, checking those things out. You are making a case that you can potentially move from a high risk to a moderate risk LEA, or a moderate risk to a low risk LEA. Now, inversely, you can go the other way too. You can go low risk to a moderate risk, or a moderate risk to a high risk, right? Based on the lack of documentation. right? So if 3-week check, we check, and you have nothing in there, right? That's telling the story. Also, if I check at the 3-week documentation standpoint, and you have everything uploaded, that's telling a different story. Right, so we want to make sure that we upload that documentation early. Reach out to us if you have any questions or concerns. Right, feel free to call and bug us every day. Right, I had LEAs would call me seriously every day and talk about the monitoring process. I love it. Right, absolutely love it. Call me. Let's talk. Right, so if you all want to talk about monitoring, let's do it. Right, but real quick, just from the tier process, that's how it goes. Right, so if I'm a high-risk LEA, I can potentially go from a high to a moderate, or moderate to a low. Okay. All right, so the timeline, what happens? At 5 weeks out, again, you'll get that initial email, right? And on that initial email, it'll have the compliance monitoring document, it'll have the technical assistance checklist, it'll have those fillable forms, right? At 3 weeks, we'll go into Cognia to assess the documentation, right? So there is where you can make the jump based on the evidence and the documentation you all provide. And we go in and check that 3 week standpoint. At 2 weeks out, you all will receive another email, right? On this email, it'll be inventory selection, expenditure selection, right? Also too, interviews, right? In your monitoring week, that Monday, everything has to be submitted. Everything has to be submitted, all right? And as you can see, an example right here, right? So the sample school, right? Monitoring date is November 4th. That 5-week email went out September 30th, right? The 3-week check was October 14th. The 2nd week email went out October 21st. And then that Monday, 11/4, everything has to be submitted. Okay? All right, so now let's look at the types of documentation, right? So we're looking at the fiscal and the programmatic documentation. So if I'm a LEA and I fall in the fall season, right? Between August and December, I'm in the fall monitoring season, right? So if I'm there, I will provide fiscal year 2025 documentation. All right? My programmatic documentation will be based on the school year, which is 2025, 2026. All right? My spring LEAs, if I'm monitoring between January and May, I will provide fiscal year 2026 documentation. The programmatic documentation is the same, 2025, 2026. All right? We have 2 examples below. All right, so a sample LEA monitor 11/4, again, that's the fall documentation from fiscal standpoint, fiscal year 2025. All right, programmatic documentation is again based on that school year. Also, my spring sample, all right, that date is March 17th. All right, fiscal year 2026 documentation is being uploaded, and the programmatic documentation again is the same. All right, so now we get a chance to go inside the actual monitoring document and look at checklists, look at components, right? So this is a quick guide, right, to look at about monitoring tags. So what are we looking at? All right, so first we'll look at the title, right? So it'll be Title 1, Part A, or Title 2, so whatever that title may be. All right, it'll have the title. And then from the section standpoint, it'll tell us what we need from a programmatic and a fiscal standpoint. All right, so what are the requirements? And then we have the components, right? The title of the component and the description of the component. All right. So as you can see in 2, the box in 2 is grayed out. Right? So if those are grayed out, basically what they're saying is you don't have to provide any documentation for that. All right. So anytime you look into your compliance monitoring document and you see a grayed out box for that component, you don't have to provide it. All right, so now we get a chance to look at a technical assistance checklist, right? So this is a checklist based on property management policies and procedures, all right? So So it'll tell us exactly what we need to have in those procedures. For example, LEA disposal procedures, including lost, stolen, obsolete, or damaged, right? So again, as I'm uploading my documentation, I want to go to my checklist and start checking those things off. Checking those things off, all right? Also too, if I'm looking at component 3.2 and 3.3, now this is evidence of property management compliance. I have all my procedures in 3.1, now in 3.2 and 3.3, am I compliant to those procedures, all right? And that's what he's saying. So I'm looking at the inventory spreadsheet. I want to make sure I have all of those applicable columns on my spreadsheet, which includes description of item, the serial number, the funding source, the title, right? So all of those things. So again, as I go through my uploading phase, I want to make sure that I can check my things off, use my checklist. This is going to be your saving grace, right? So make sure you use these. All right, so now we're looking at a required form. So this is dealing with teacher fluency and paraprofessional supervision assurance, right? And what this is basically saying, all my teachers who work in the language instruction program helping EL students are fluent in English and any other language to help those students. Also, any instructional paraprofessionals who work in the language instruction program, those teachers, those EL paraprofessionals want to make sure that those are under the supervision of a qualified teacher, right? So with this, the superintendent prints, signs, dates, turn it in. All right, this is our narrative form. So basically with this, he just answered the prompt, right? So he talked about recruiting, hiring, and retaining effective teachers. All right. So now we get a chance to look at a checklist, but we get a chance to look at it from a different perspective because it differentiates between a low, a moderate, and a high-risk LEA, right? And again, this is dealing with the one on the left, 3.1, property management procedures. Again, I want to check those things off as I upload it. And looking at component 1.4, which is our least restrictive environment, with this is English learner restrictive environment evidence. So if I'm a low-risk LEA, I don't have to provide any additional documentation for this component. If I'm a moderate risk LEA, I have to provide 1 samples from 2 schools selected by the LEA. If I'm a high-risk LEA, I provide 1 sample from 4 schools selected by the LEA. So it differentiates, it tells you exactly what you need based on your team. All right? So again, as you upload, use the checklist and check those off. All right? If you all have any questions or concerns with the monitoring process, feel free to reach out to me or anybody else on the team. If you all have any questions or concerns about that right now, feel free to ask your question if you all have it.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody is wondering, I guarantee you. So you mentioned that if they're low risk, they might move up to moderate, or if they're high, they could move down. But somebody is wondering, how are the initial risks determined?
Right, so again, the initial tiers are based on their risk assessment, which we talked about before, right? So looking at those, the multitude of indicators that we use, right? And some of those, again, it could be changes in key personnel, right? Some of those, it could be Title I carryover percentage, right? It could be any findings from a previous monitoring. So based on what you did previously, that basically gives us your tier, right? Just going through that assessment process, right? And once you go through that, that's how you all are tier, right? But it doesn't mean you have to, again, stay in that tier. You can potentially do it. Yes, ma'am.
I think I'm gonna get monitored next year.
Yes, ma'am.
So when do I find out what level I am, what tier I am?
So when you say next year, next monitoring cycle,
Yes, not the upcoming year, but 26, 27, I believe.
So you are a eager beaver.
I just want to make sure I get things in order.
Yes, ma'am.
Any
Yes, ma'am.
practices this year.
So it'll be a while before you find out what your teacher
Okay.
is. Right, so you have about a whole nother year, I think. Any more questions or concerns? All right.
I'm gonna give a shout out to this guy real quick though. I went through it last year and you won't tell me I was his worst one, but I know it was. But he is as patient as you will find, so.
You are one of my best.
No, now he's lying.
You don't want that.
But he is very, very patient and he will answer your call if you come across his phone. He can see it's you and he'll still pick up. So yes, he was wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Any other
I do.
Yes,
One of
ma'am.
the things that was recommended at spring conference was to have, like, if you're a year out, was to have like a mock kind of,
Yes, ma'am.
monitoring.
Yes, ma'am.
So we just kind of take these checklists that you provided, just go through that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And feel free if you I know we'll be just kind of busy throughout our process with the LEA selection going through it, but if you need us to kind of just, help you kind of walk you through anything, with that mock, feel free to call us and let me know for you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So everybody excited to go through the monitoring process? Yes? All right. Again, if you all have any questions or concerns, reach out. Don't hesitate to reach out. Don't hesitate to reach out. Please reach out. Thank you. All right, next we have Dr. Manager Humphrey.
Okay, this is, eGAP is our electronic grant application portal. That is where you complete the, your application to submit, you complete it, submit it to us, review it for approval to start spending your money. It's also house our E2 system where you actually quote unquote draw down the funds so that after you budget them and receive an approved application. So that's important. ES2s are typically completed by your CSFO, so I don't go into a lot of detail when it comes to ES2s, but I do walk you through the platform like step by step so you are familiar with it. For the purpose of today, I will be referencing Title I because that's kind of the main application and a lot of the things that occurs within that application and above, but it's kind of redundant as you go through and complete an application for various programs, okay? If you have your device with you, you can go ahead and take it out and log in. I'll give you kind of a couple minutes to log in. I do include screenshots here on this presentation, and that'll help you, but it's nothing like walking through the actual application. Because if you have questions, I want you to feel free to kind of raise your hand, ask your questions. But after I go through this process, it's gonna be a little table talk, and you have your regional person that's going to come to your table with you, and you're going to be able to ask specific questions as it relates to your eGAP application. And trust me, it's while you're doing it and walking through it, you may not have questions, but we are definitely here to help and support you after the fact. So don't feel like this is a one and done type thing. If I don't get it today, then I won't have any other opportunities. You probably won't have this type of training like at any of our conferences, but you are welcome to request one-on-one technical assistance or just give us a call and we'll help support you through the process. Any questions before I get started? Okay, so I went through this part. The federal program's consolidated application is included within our eGAP platform. And this platform allows LEAs to submit their application, develop plans, request funding, and provide expenditure reports over the internet. So it is electronic. Here are some browser recommendations that is strongly encouraged for you to use if you find that eGAP is kind of lagging or it's taking a long time to respond. Check your browser and ensure that you're using one of the browsers that are listed because that may be the problem. Also, it's recommended that you have Adobe Read on your computer because if you need to download or print anything, it will download via Adobe. So that source is necessary for downloading and printing. All right, let's get started. Logging in. Here at the top is our web address. You probably have that saved on your computer as a shortcut, and just the icon you click on now to log in. If you do not, you may want to do so because I'm sure in your role you will be accessing eGAP, and it's easier to just go to an icon, click on it, as opposed to having to type in that web address. Once you log in, this is kind of your landing page that you're going to see, and there are some important features on the landing page that I want to point out. First here is this session timeout. Keep in mind, each time you log in, you have 60 minutes to work within the application before it automatically logs you out. Now, anytime you maneuver to another page or you save your document or have any actions within a page, that automatically saves your work. That automatically restarts the clock. But why is this important? A lot of times you have multiple roles, and you can be working within the eGAP platform and get a phone call. Someone can come in and ask a question that can take 60 minutes or 30 minutes, beyond the minutes that you have remaining. And you probably are writing narratives or entering budget information, and you have it saved within that 60-minute time frame. If it times out, all of that information that you have entered that's not saved will be deleted. There is no way to go back and retrieve it. We've gotten phone calls like, I've done all this and there's nothing we can do. So my recommendation is to pay attention to that time, and know that if someone comes in or the phone rings, before you stop working, hit save, because more than likely it'll time out before you are able to turn back to the application. Next here, the top left-hand corner, we have announcements. Throughout the year, there are various announcements that will pop up. Those are just information that we think you need to know, like Title I funds have been loaded, or just reminders of something that's being due. It's always going to be eGAP related, so just pay attention to those announcements. It'll change all depending on what's going on. I know we will add announcements, and so will LA Accounting. They also add announcements. Next, another important feature is your ALSDE resources. You have access to ALSDE resources, whether you're logged into the system or not. Those are just resources that we make available for you as the LEA. All right, so how many of you have a password to log into the eGAP database? Okay, good. How many of you do not have an eGAP password? None. Great. Okay, if you do not have one, you will get an eGAP login from your superintendent or his or her designee. They have someone assigned, probably you, to give individuals access to eGAP. Now, if you happen to get a new superintendent, the only person who can assign that person a login would be Leah Johnston in LEA Accounting. And you will simply email Leah and inform her that you have a new superintendent who needs access to eGAP, and provide the information that's listed, and Leah will set up that your superintendent's account. That's the only time you have to reach out to us for an account to be established. Any questions? Okay, so here is login page. You will simply just enter your email address and your password. If you happen to forget your password, you can just simply reset your password just by clicking on forgot your password, and it will prompt you to reset your password. Once you log in, the first thing you should do is update your profile. Make sure the information in your profile is accurate. Your profile information consists of your name, email, and phone number. So anything that we send to you, via eGAP will go to the email address that's listed. So each person who has access in your district, you want to make sure their information is updated. Just because your login, your email is used to log in, doesn't mean that your email profile is updated. So you want to ensure that you have the correct email profile, email information in your profile. And to do so, you just simply click on your initials, such as I have here. Once you click on your initials, you will go to edit user profile, and then that box will pop up to the left, and you just enter the information and be sure you click save. Questions? Everyone's good? We following along? We got that? Check that box? Yeah? Okay. Now, the navigation menu on the left-hand side. All right, so the main navigation menu is on the left-hand side. In order to access any of those menu items, you would just simply hover over the actual item that you want to select and then click that particular item. Now, those with an arrow to the right-hand side have additional components that would drop down once you have put your cursor over that particular item. That window expands to additional components so you can select exactly the item you want to access. Here is a list of the menu items and what they mean, or the information that you can find. For instance, in the email homepage, you will see messages and login, which I showed you, those messages that pop up, and then how to log in, your login information there. Under administrator, it's your user access administrators, and I'll just show you that in a few minutes. When you're on that particular menu item, it kind of lists for you those users who have access to that eGAP platform. And I'm not going to read them all for you, but there are some ones that's going to stand out, like planning tool. The funding is where you access the actual application. The LEA document library, that is specific to your LEA. Address book is just where you find the list of users. And of course, I pointed out the ALSDE resources. That's where we store a lot of our training material, but I'll show you that a little bit more in detail in just a few minutes. So those are just kind of the menu items and the information that you will find under each of those items. Okay, so I'm going to go through those menu items now and show you how to access those and give you a little bit more information. And actually, there are screenshots up here to kind of show you how, once you select those items, what you will see. The first one is our ALSDE resources. This is a library of resources, documents, and guides and trainings like we're videotaping for today. After today, that information will be uploaded in your ALSDE resources for you to access. So, in order to access the ALSDE resources, you will go to the navigation menu page down here at the bottom, the first left. On the left-hand side, the arrow, select ALSDE resources. Once you do, this right side will populate. Now, as you can see, there are multiple documents listed here, and it's not just the federal programs that we oversee, those 8 programs, but you also have one for special education, career tech, all of those things. So once those menu items populate, you navigate to what you're looking for. And for instance here, all of our webinars and trainings are listed here. You will click on that plus sign to the left of that menu item to expand that window. When you expand that window, you will see additional resources that are listed that kind of gives you specific resources that you can select. And for instance, today's training will be listed as the new federal programs directors training day 1, then day 2. Or, our spring conference, if you want to go back and review spring conference training videos, what we covered at NEGA. All of those things are listed under ALSDE resources. Thanks to Eric. He does a good job keeping this up to date, and he does a great job with the recording. So that's there and made available for you. Next, we have our LEA document library. This particular area is specific to your LEA. These are documents that you upload and you want to keep and have access to in the future. Now, as I stated, it's not just for our particular programs. As you can see over here on the right-hand side, it's for all of your programs within your district. They have access to upload documents as well. But be sure you're uploading the documents that you will need under the correct program. Okay. Now, a very important feature is the Save and Go To feature button that's in our navigation window. Now, this will appear once you are actually logged into your application and you have opted to go to either the funding side, the planning side, or the ES2s. Those are your three main sides to eGAP that you will work in. The funding side, the planning side, and the ES2. Now, more than likely, you will not have to work in the ES2 particular side of the program, but you have access to it. Your CSFO may request that you draw down funds or may not, I'm not sure. That varies, it depends on LEA. So, but just know, those are the three sides. All of these sides function the same, okay? They all have a save and go to feature that you will have to access to edit a page. Anytime you edit a page, you always want to save and go to. You can even save and go to that current page or save and go and navigate to any other page, a previous page or however. But remember when I talked about eGAP timing out, if somebody comes in and you're working at eGAP, before you stop the talk or before you answer the phone, my recommendation is to navigate to that top left-hand corner and select Go To and Current Page. Or not Go To, I'm sorry, you want to select Save and Go To Current Page. That just saves your information and you remain on that same page. So it's really just saving that page before you stop and have that conversation or with someone that walked in or on the phone, so that you don't lose that information in the event that you time out. If you navigate using the browser button, like down at the bottom, going back and forth, is at the top of your screen. If you navigate in that manner, you will lose your information, and it's not guaranteed to go back to the last page that you were on. Sometimes it, I don't know, it's no control. Navigating using that browser doesn't really mean going back to a particular page or going forward to the next page. And you definitely are not saving your information once you navigate using the browser. You always want to navigate using the Save and Go To button. Any questions? Okay. I just went through all of this. The 60-minute session timeout, I always want to save and go to. That clock in the top right-hand corner, it's always ticking. And the option to save and go to your current page just kind of resets the clock for you, and it saves your information. All right, now, page locking feature. Multiple people can work in eGAP at a time. For instance, your CSFO could be logged in working on the budget, and you can be logged in as well working on the narrative. That's totally fine, and you can save your information. But what cannot happen is two people can't be working and editing the same page. If that occurs and someone is in that page and you're trying to edit that page, you're going to get a notification that says page is being edited by whomever. And this also happens if you call down to the department for, technical assistance, and we're working with you, throughout the process, giving a recommendation, asking you to change something. You may find that you can't edit it while we're on the phone because we're on the same page. Just ask us to navigate to another page so that you can make that edit, and then we can come back and provide that support. That's totally fine. Okay, now the funding application page. Here is the funding application landing page. Once you log into eGAP, you've logged in, and now you've reviewed all your messages, and you're on the landing page. Here is where you will select what application you want to work in. For the most part, the application that we work in for the most is our consolidated application. Now, you do have 21st century and homeless that you will work in as well, but you can select the consolidated application. That is where all of your title program applications are housed. Let's talk about the different types of application at the very top. First, you'll make sure that you are on the correct year, and a lot of times at this point in time, it gets a little tricky. July 1 is when eGAP automatically populates to the upcoming year. So July 1, you will start seeing the 2026 application available. Whereas prior to July 1, you'll see the 25 application. So if you're still making edits in your 25 application, you want to make sure you navigate to the right year that you're working on before you log in to make those edits. Okay? And yes, some LEAs are working in both at the same time, which is totally normal. Just pay attention to that year. And when you're calling us at this time of the year and you want support, make sure you tell us the application that you're working in, because we'll go and try to find something and realize we're not on the correct year. Okay? Now, there are 3 options for applications that you should be aware of, and they are all active applications, all approved applications, and your last approved applications. Let's tell you what those mean. All active applications, those are the applications that are active, that you are actively working in at the time that have not been approved, okay? All approved applications, this is a great area to go to when you are late in the year, and carryover probably has hit, and you've already completed a revision. You submitted your initial application, you submitted a revision, and now you want to submit carryover. And you're working in that application, and you kind of get off track, like, oh my gosh, like I can't remember what I moved here or what. What I would recommend, if you go to all approved applications, is going to pull up all of the applications that were approved. And you just look at the date, the last approved application, pull that up. That is the last thing that was submitted and approved, and you can do the comparison of that application to what you're working on now, and you're able to figure out kind of what you changed and what needs to be done, as opposed to relying on memory. So that is a great feature. A lot of times, when I'm reviewing applications that after the specialists have reviewed them, I pull your last approved application, especially when LEAs submit carryover and a revision. I need to see that last approved application, because sometimes we forget to label things and kind of get all jumbled in it together. So I need to see what is actually new versus what's old, so I can focus on the new information as opposed to the old information. So it's very useful for us as well. Now, the last approved application eliminates the first, depends on how many revisions you do. It's only the last one that's approved, okay? If I were new in my role, this is my first year completing the application, what I would recommend you do, if you look at the last approved application, there are a lot of things in that application that you're not going to be familiar with. There are things in there that consist of the carryover and multiple revisions. What I would recommend you do, pull that first approved application. So what you would go to is all approved applications, and the one with the earliest date is the one that you approved. That means that was the very first one before revisions and carryover were added. That would be comparable to what you're about to write, if that makes sense. Is that clear? All of my ones that have written it 2 times at least? Yeah, that gives you a good idea of what was submitted the very first time. And unfortunately, we see when the last approved application is being used, the first submission, because sometimes you don't understand why you're writing certain things. You just kind of put it in there, and we're like, we don't have carryover in October. You know, so those are things, that application won't have any of that information in there. And you can kind of just clearly see what was submitted the first time. Questions? All right, now, once you've logged in, on the landing page, you've selected the consolidated application, you're in your LEA's application. Here is the first page you're going to see that consists of all the titles, okay? And it's what we refer to our sections page, because you have multiple sections, multiple applications. Each application has sections, and then they have pages, okay? The first thing you want to do, regardless of the side you're working on, you can be working on the planning, funding, or ES2s. At the very beginning of the year, LEAs often forget this step, but you can't get started. Give us a call, say, hey, I'm trying to work in the application, things are grayed out, but I can't navigate to any page or can't edit it. You must hit draft started, okay? You have to draft start the application before you're able to make edits. Once your application, the draft has started, you all go all the way through the approval phase, and you want to start a revision, you hit draft started, okay? For the most part, you're going to work in the funding side of the application. That's the primary side that you're going to work in most of the time in the consolidated application is the funding side. Once you're on the home page, what we refer to as the sections page, you will go here to navigate to different sections within the application. You hit draft started. The first section we're going to cover is the history log and the comment section. If you look here at the bottom, this is the section I'm referring to. In the history log, you have, under the history log section, you have the history log and comment section. You can, history log consists of information that has occurred throughout the application. Everything is timestamped. Once you've reviewed it and submitted to your CSFO, it's timestamped. You can go see the date and time they have reviewed and submitted to the superintendent. Everything is timestamped. So if you kind of want to find out where the application is, go to the history log and it'll tell you exactly where it is, okay? Your comment log, if you just create a comment to inform us of something, or we are maybe giving feedback to you, informing you about something, we will place a comment in that comment log. So anytime you receive an application back after it's been reviewed, especially if it wasn't approved, our specialist will email you, and your comment sometimes does go to your email, but definitely if you don't see anything, just go to the comment log, and they probably have left notes there for you or notes on the checklist. Okay, so let's see, where else? In the same process, I talked about your status. After you hit draft started, if you want to see who all have access to your particular eGAP, if you just select draft, once you select draft started, your cursor is over the draft started, it gives you a list of individuals who have access to your particular LEA's eGAP. You want to make sure all of those people are active in your LEA and are supposed to have access to them. If they are not, you want to go ahead and get those removed, okay? Who should have access? Definitely you. You should have access, as well as your CSFO and your superintendent. Now, your superintendent may have a designee to assign various roles to people. That's totally fine, but those are 3 people because it has to be approved at 3 different levels, and you can't approve it for yourself and your CSFO and your superintendent. It has to be approved by 3 different people at those levels, okay? Questions? All right, next up we have our validation messages. I'll just go over this a little. Jennifer's gonna go a little bit more in detail with this as we go through our checklist. But our validation messages, we have 2 different types of messages. We have a warning message and an error message. A warning is just to notify you, hey, that there's a business rule in place that maybe you have not considered, and it'll tell you exactly what it is, and did you intend to do this or not intend to overlook this business rule. You can navigate to you can submit the application with warnings, but you cannot navigate submission with errors. All errors are business rules that must be addressed, okay? And it populates here on the left-hand side in red. You're able to actually go review the area and application that needs attention so that you are able to make that adjustment. Questions? Okay, now, you have a question? Okay. Now that we're back to the sections page, there are 3 different ways that you can print, or 3 different options to print information from the sections page, okay? You can A, print the entire application. B, you can print sections of the application. And then C, you can print pages, all right? So, depending on what you want to print is where you go. So, you see on the left-hand side, you have print, you know, it's going all the way down. If you want to print the entire application, the red arrow is pointing to the print button at the very top where it says all. That's indicating that you want to print all the entire application. So if that's the case, you just select that print that's next to the all, okay? And then it will populate, take some time to populate. Once it populates, it'll be a PDF format, and then you can print. Typically, if you're printing an entire application, it's going to take longer than 30 minutes. So it's not going to populate at the top to be printed. It's probably going to send it to your email. Anytime it takes 30 minutes or more, 30 seconds or more, to pull whatever it is that needs to be extracted to be printed, then it sends it to your email so it doesn't hold down the database. If it's something that can be extracted within like less than 30 minutes, it'll pull it and it'll come up then to automatically to be printed, okay? So if you want to print if you want to print the entire application, you just simply select the print by all. And then sections, that's your bolded areas. All of those are sections within the application. If you want to print a particular section, then you will hit the print feature that's on the bolded line of that particular section. Then that entire section will populate. For instance, if I want to print the supplemental information section, then I'm going to hit the supplemental information, the print that's by that particular section, and everything that's listed below is going to populate within that section, okay? An individual page, all your pages are underlined. If it's underlined, that's a particular page of a section. So maybe in supplemental information, I don't need the entire section. I may just want to print to see my consolidated admin and my consolidated admin. So I would just print that particular page only. And that's the only thing that would print. Any questions? Okay, so here, this is just making sure your printing is set up and the email address in which you want your printed document to go to. Now, clicking print takes you to the print request page, and you must click print again so that it ensures that you want to print that information. And as I stated, if the PDF is not ready within 30 seconds, then if it is, it will automatically display the information you want to print for you to hit print again. If it does not, you will receive an email. Also, you can go to the ALSDE resources to see any print job that took longer than that 30 seconds. All right, here is our allocation page. This, if you want to know if your funds are available and ready to be budgeted, it will be populated on the allocation page. And each of your grants will have the dollar amount that needs to be budgeted listed there here on the allocation page. At the beginning of the year, you will see a dollar amount listed in the original allocation. You wouldn't see anything else listed unless you are in a consortium or that's it. Now, all of your grants is listed across the top. That was just kind of cut off for Title I and Title II. All of those will be listed there for you in the dollar amount that is available to be budgeted. If you want to transfer funds, that's down at the bottom part. You're able to transfer by putting the dollar amount in that open window to the grant that you want to transfer those funds in, or the portion of that allocation in which you want to transfer the grant. If you enter into a consortium, like with Title I-D, a lot of times we have Title III, they enter into a consortium with another LEA, and if your LEA is the grant holder, that means you are budgeting, you're the fiscal agent, you will see that dollar amount in your consortium line, okay? If you're not, you will not see that amount. But you would definitely know if you enter into a consortium because you have to agree and sign to it. Okay, next on our navigation menu, we have our private school administration. Here is simply your private school administration page is kind of just the administration page where you list your private schools. More than likely, your private schools have already been entered for you. Well, not for you, they just carry over from one year to the next. If there's a possibility you have a new private school that's not listed on this page. If there's a new private school that's opening up in your community, in your area, you have to go in and add that private school to this particular page. You will also see a school code that's listed, and your question may be, where do I get the school code from? The school code is unique to your LEA. Okay, so more than likely, you're gonna see a pattern within your school code. It may be 00, 56, 57, 58. And you would simply just assign that code that follows that particular pattern because it's unique to your LEA. And you would just simply add that private school's information to this private school administration page. If there are private schools who are closing in your area and they're listed as active on your on this administration page, then you can deselect that private school to make them inactive, but they do not go away. They would just populate at the bottom of the private school administration page that lists your inactive private schools. And those ones that are active are the ones that are listed at the top. Now, what does that mean? Those are the active private schools. You have to ensure that you're consulting with those private schools about services that they can receive. So that consultation process should be occurring with all of those private schools that are listed. Now, they may very well choose not to participate. That's totally fine. You'll list that somewhere else, but this page is important because this is the page that you want to ensure that you are reaching out to each of those private schools, giving them the opportunity to participate in services.
I have a question about adding. So we have a private school, it alternates between being open and closed, open and closed, open and closed. I reach out every year anyway, and I have my documentation where I've reached out 3 times. But in eGAP, they're listed as a closed, but this year they're open. So is that the same process as going back, adding
Select them back. Yes, because they're more than likely, they're in this drop-down window and you just make them active again. And I'll keep assigning the same code, I wouldn't change anything. Any other questions regarding private schools? And that's important. She made an important statement. I've reached out to them 3 times. Each of those private schools that are active, you have to, for the consultation process, you have to reach out to them 3 times, attempt to make contact them 3 times in 2 different ways. You can't do 3 phone calls. It has to be 3 attempts in 2 different ways, and it must be documented, okay? Yes.
How long would you give them to make a decision on?
How long do you
I know
give your
there's-
school?
Well, we're in a similar situation where they've had a different head of school every year, and there's a new person that came in, a month ago, 2 months ago maybe, and it just, I'm free, I'll give them as much time as they need, but I just don't start from.
Well, but you don't wanna delay your process
Yes,
either.
that's kind of-
So I would do, I'll probably do like a certified letter, give them 30 days to respond. But I would definitely have a cutoff period because you don't wanna delay your process. And my question to him, how much time do you typically give your schools to plan before they have to have information submitted? Because you wanna show that you're being consistent across the board. But definitely, I would give them 30 days to respond. I would send a certified letter where someone has to sign that they received it. And once I get that signature back, that assures you, that's your documentation that you have attempted, you've reached out. I still will follow up with an email or a phone call, because maybe you don't have the email address of the individual who just started, so I would definitely follow up with a phone call. So I would do 3 different attempts, but I would definitely try to have a signed copy of a way that I've reached out to them, especially if I don't have an email address on file.
What if we've done that, but because she's new, she's wanting more time? to
Can you
consider
spare
her
more
options?
time? Because technically consultation starts in March. So it depends on where we are in the year that the individual starts,
That's
because
kind of the way we feel, we're kind of being pushed into that window of time that's gonna put us out.
and then you have to just make a decision. That's best for the LEA, but be able to show that I've given the non-public school ample time to respond. For instance, if you reached out and she said, hey, I'm just starting, can you just give me like a week or 2 to get acclimated, I can schedule something, that's totally fine if that's within your time frame. But definitely, can you give me 3 months? I mean, you're gonna have your application submitted, but you just wanna be reasonable, and you want to show that you're being considerate and providing the same amount of time that you typically would give a new principal that's just starting to work with them to get their information into you. Any questions? And a lot of things, with private schools, that's just the key. The LEA is the decision maker. You really, everything is kind of in your control, but you want to be able to prove that you are given a legitimate time frame to work with the individual depending on the circumstances. And that is a great rule of thumb, is to measure it by the time frame that you give your schools that is in the same situation. Any other questions? Okay, so next on the navigation menu, we have the application detail page. And each of the title programs have this particular section. And this particular section, it varies by program, but for the most part, this is where you will list your personnel that's being hired with this particular, with whatever fund source that you are coding. For instance, if it's Title I School Improvement and you're on the application details here, you're listing the personnel that's being hired using Title I School Improvement funds. Or Title II funds, what have you. So the required information that you'll see on each of those pages will be personnel, FTEs, then you have to list your part-time personnel and then select allowable activities and grade levels that's applicable to that program that you're planning for. There are other things that vary regarding the application details, but that's general speaking for all of the programs under the consolidated application. Next, we have related documents. There are 2 sections for related documents. You have required documents and you have additional documents. I'm sorry, optional is your additional documents, then you have required documents. Now, under required documents, these are the documents that is required for everyone However, there are some things that may vary depending on your LEA, which may determine whether it's required or not, that you're going to see on the additional documents. For instance, parent and family engagement. For some LEAs, parent and family engagement worksheets are required. For others, it's optional, okay? If it's required for you, but it's listed on the additional documentation, then you must still add the information. And the reason this is, when we were building eGAP, it was either all or none. So if we listed parent and family engagement worksheet under the required, then every LEA would have to submit something, even if they don't receive an allocation of $500,000 or more. So that would be, not necessary. Therefore, it's listed on the additional documentations, but do know if your allocation exceeds $5,000 or more, it's a requirement for you, okay? Same thing with equitable services. So anything that's listed on the required documents at the top is for everyone. That middle column are your document templates. Those are the blank forms of the documents that must be completed and uploaded on the right-hand side. So all of your templates are listed in the middle, and once they are completed, they are to be uploaded on the right-hand side. Okay, so next we have creating a budget. We'll go through the process of creating a budget. Under the budget menu item, you have 4 different options. You have the actual budget. You have the budget line items. Then you have your budget overview, then budget overview plus a minus. Here at the bottom on the left-hand side, that is a screenshot of your budget line items. This is where you actually go in and you create or edit your budget line items. And then on the right-hand side is the actual budget. This particular side, you can't edit it. The information that's entered in on the budget line items, on the left-hand side of the budget line items, is the information that actually populates on the budget, okay? Then the budget overview, the plus or minus, is important when revisions are made. This particular budget overview, it can be edited as well. It's edited once you make changes within your budget line item, and it shows you the information that has been changed. If it's green, then that means that balance has increased, and if it's red, that means that balance has decreased. Okay? Now, here on your budget page, when you're going in to edit your budget line item, if you see the word modify on the left-hand column, that means that particular budget is on your desk, and you are able to make changes to it. If you're in there and you see the word view, the application is locked. That means it's on our desk, and you're unable to make changes. Now, there are some times that you realize you submitted it and it's on our desk and you see view and maybe you need us to send it back. Just send your specialist an email and request that they send it back so you can make whatever changes you need and resubmit. That's totally fine. So view means you're not able to edit it, but modify means it's on your desk and you're able to make the necessary changes. Okay, here, how do you go in and make a change to the budget line item or add one? Okay, so once you've selected budget line item and you're on that particular page, there's some important features that you should be aware of. And that first thing is your filtering box. This determines which budget detail that's displaying that you are actually working on. Down at the bottom where it says add budget line item, you will click there to create a new budget line item. Next to it, the white boxes just helps you navigate between budget line items, especially when you get to the point where you have more that make a certain amount that's on, that can be on a particular page. You wanna make sure you're able to navigate through those pages so you can see all of those budget line items for that particular function code. And at the very, very bottom, you will see a summary of your budget detail that allows you to know the dollar amount that's been budgeted for that particular line item. Okay, so when creating a budget, you want to be sure to first select the appropriate function and object code. How many of you have your binders with you? If you turn to your binders, and there's a section in your binder that's called accounting code. You want to let's navigate to that section. It should be the second to the last green page that says functions of expenditures and code. I'm gonna give you about 5 minutes to look through this particular area, and you can talk with individuals at your table if you would like. Kind of give you some time to just get a little familiar with this particular booklet. As you are getting familiar with, I want you to kind of look at the function codes. What do they mean? What is 1100? What is a 2190, 2210? Familiarize yourself with those function codes and those object codes. If you're sitting by your region, so specialists will walk around and provide support or answer any questions that you may have. Also look at those object codes. Okay, who wants to share what they've learned about function and object?
Somebody from Region 10?
What about function and object codes you would like to share? Any aha, any kind of, that's interesting. Anything you would like to share?
Not interesting, but the more you work with it, the better you'll become more acquainted with the code. My bookkeeper keeps me straight, but now I can kind of go in and she double checks me just to make sure. When initially she was telling me, no, it needs to be this code, it needs to be this code. The more you work with it, the more familiar you'll become with those codes, the function and the object codes.
Absolutely, because if I was new and I go to create a budget line item and I have to select this code, how do I know what I'm supposed to select? How do I know what is what? That is why using this manual, it kind of helps you become familiar with the process. Now, granted, as federal program directors, you're programmatic, You worry about the programmatic piece, and your CSFO is fiscal. They worry about the money. But it's a lot easier when you're understanding the fiscal aspect with the programmatic piece. Why is this 1100? Why do I select this particular function code? And you want to be familiar with the manual so that you can answer your own questions. And the more you use it, the more familiar you become with it, and the more it helps you organize. Especially this first year when you don't have anything to go on, you're using probably the previous application, which is totally fine, but it doesn't teach you a lot. It just tells you what was there last year. And just based on my experience in this role, if you are a federal program director, they don't give this to you just because you didn't do well at a school. This job goes to the top-notch people that's trustworthy, that's organized, that really have a great system in place in their previous area, so they hand it over to you because it's a complicated area. Next to special education, it's just not something you're gonna walk into and be able to figure out independently. You're gonna have to use your various resources, and this is just a resource. The accounting manual is just a great tool to get comfortable with and just be familiar with as you're writing your plans, because it helps bring the full connection to the programmatic piece with the fiscal piece, and not just rewriting something that someone else may have had, but have more of an understanding. I'm gonna allow Region 1 to share. I mean, I was just being nosy listening to them, so, and I was like, that's a great idea. Do you mind sharing? Because your first year, you're trying to figure things out, but she has a system in place that she used last year that's helping her this year. What's your name?
Amy.
Amy, I'll call people by their LEA,
It's okay.
all day long. Amy had a system in place. Last year was her first year. This is going into her second year, and it was just useful to her this year. Amy, you want to share with everyone?
Sure. I don't need a microphone. I'm
Okay.
loud.
She has her teacher voice.
So we were just talking about, my friend here has a button that he can actually copy from last year. I didn't have that feature in my eGAP, so
You started it.
I copied everything over to a Word document when I was working, so that if it was the same thing that we had budgeted on the year before, I didn't have to recreate my narrative. I already had it. I just might have to change if I'm hiring 2 teachers instead of 1, make some adjustments. But I just cut and pasted everything into kind of a Word document and then would bring it into the new year.
Okay. And as you go along, you're gonna find out different things that works best for you, but definitely organizing, whether you have folders to keep documentation of things, organizing it and keeping them by function code and by object code is definitely a great system to have. So you can attach the function and object codes to more than just writing the application, but helping you to organize your documentation outside of the eGAP platform. Anyone have anything else that they want to share that was beneficial from their first year to the second? Okay, so who can tell me what is a function code? I gave y'all 7 minutes, 2 extra minutes. What is the function code? What is the function of the function code?
It's the activity that's being performed or carried out.
It's the actual activity. What are we doing? What is the function of this particular project, of this pot of money? This pot of money gonna function or provide services for instruction. That's the function of this pot of money. What about your object code? What is the purpose of the object code?
Just narrows down what you're doing, narrows it down a little further.
Right, it kind of narrows it down. I think in here it says, it has those 3 major, I'm sorry, not 3, they have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 major categories that helps that function to narrow down to specifics of that function. So all of your function codes gonna have those 6 categories of your object codes, okay? So their program codes, each of your grants are gonna have a particular number attached to them. If you're talking to accounting, they don't talk about the Title I-A application, they talk about 4110. So those are numbers which they're listed in there. Your program codes are also listed in the accounting manual. When you go through compliance monitoring, Edward and his team are gonna send you this email to say, I need documentation to support, and gonna give you a list of numbers. And you're like, what am I supposed to do with this? What title is he referencing? But each title have a program code, just as each of your schools have a what? School code, right? So everything is coded and it has a particular reason. And if you receive a printout from accounting that shows your expenditures and you kind of comparing numbers, so to speak, to your budget, there's a long number that's at the top. That number gives you a lot of information. It tells you the program code that particular report is referencing, the school, or is it a district level. It gives you a lot of information. that number runs in a particular pattern. The pattern is outlined for you in the manual. It tells you the order in which those numbers, whatever those numbers represent. And it's very consistent, it doesn't change. That's their language, okay? So anytime you're concerned, you receive something from accounting or your CSFO and you're unsure, go to your accounting manual. It will spell out in detail what each of those codes and numbers represent, okay? So now here in eGAP, when you're getting ready to build your budget, you have to create a budget using the budget line item. Everything has to be spelled out in the budget line item section, and then it populates on the budget. Remember, the actual budget is not editable. You can only edit the budget line item, and the information that's on the left-hand side on the budget line item populates your budget. So the first thing you have to do is, what's the function of this money? Are we talking about instruction? Are we talking about professional development? Are we talking about our nurses? Are we talking about our counselors? Are we talking about administration? Are we talking about our private schools? All of those are various categories that you can identify their function by selecting the drop-down box. After you've identified the function and object, the next number you're going to see that don't change, I'm not saying don't change, we recommend using a 1 and just budgeting your information in totality, as opposed to budgeting it by your quantity and allowing the system to calculate it, and I'll tell you exactly why. If I am hiring an instructional teacher, that means my function code is 1100, salary, I'm focusing on the salary, and I'm going to put the quantity of 1 and then the amount that I'm budgeting. However, I need 5 teachers. So if I put my quantity as 5, then I have to put, for my budget line item, that person's salary. How many of you teachers have the same salary? So are you going to create a budget line item for every teacher? No. So what you would do, put your quantity as 1, but in your narrative, that's when you will explain to us that this 700,000 is for 5 teachers, 4.2 FTEs, list the schools, and then tell us their role, okay? As opposed to trying to do the calculations for your quantity to multiply times that salary to come up with your total amount. So we recommend you just enter in a 1 and then put the full budgeted amount and break everything down in your narrative. Allow your narrative to describe what that $700,000 will be used for. Does that make sense? Am I loud enough? Because I swear. Okay, now, is that better? No? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it's easier to keep the quantity at 1 and then budget the entire amount and allow the narrative to describe that purchase. Another thing that I want to point out is your targeted assistance, your tag, okay? In the tag area, if you select the drop down, an option will be targeted assistance, and that's applicable to Title I. So if you have TA schools versus school-wide schools, when you're budgeting for your TA schools, you want to be sure to apply the TA tag to that particular school that's TA as opposed to school-wide. That's the only tag that I can think of that you may need. That's in the drop-down area. Next, you have location. This location, it really depends on the LEA, okay? If you're Birmingham City or Huntsville or Montgomery, you probably are not going to budget by location. For instance, each school, you budget by school. So your location is attached to that school. So whatever's in that narrative is school-based. But for your smaller LEAs, this works perfectly fine. You can budget by school. You can budget all of the teachers for school A, B, and C, and instructional salaries, object code 0110 to 199, for your elementary school, then do the same for your middle schools, that's fine. You can attach that particular location to them, and then your central office, you can attach a location. But for your larger schools, that may be convoluted, that may become a little bit more complicated. You'll have a lot of function and object codes, a lot of function codes, for each of those schools. So you may want to budget all of your locations as your central office, and then in your narrative, specify the school in which you're budgeting for. For instance, if I am overall hiring 7 teachers, 2 could be at the elementary, 2 at the middle, and then 3 at the high school. Is that 7? Yes. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yes. So, I can have one budget line item for $1,100 for my salaries. I don't have to have a tag. Location could be central office. Enter my quantity as 1. Budget my dollar amount, and in the narrative, I will specify how many teachers and FTEs are located at each of those schools and the purpose of those positions. That's one line item as opposed to having 7 different line items. But it's totally at the discretion of the LEA, whatever works best for you. So just think that process through. Okay, any questions? Okay? My clicker. All right, next, more information on the budget narrative in particular. So we worked on the left-hand side, now we're talking about the actual budget narrative. Each budget narrative, you want to provide a detailed description of the funds budgeted for each of those line items. Just keep in mind, when you're writing your budget narrative, we do not need a dissertation, but we do have to have enough information to determine if the purchase is reasonable, necessary, and applicable. Okay? And it's just straight to the point. It's not like you explaining why, you just making sure it's reasonable, necessary, and applicable. And how do I do that? For instance, if that function code is, if the object code is 010 to 199, you know we're talking about salaries. So you don't have to tell us who, like the name of the individual, but you do want to tell us how many people are you hiring, for what particular school, and what portion of those individual salaries will be paid for out of title funds. That's considered your FTE. The number of personnel is your whole body, is a person, but the FTEs is the portion of that salary that's coming out of those fund sources. So that helps us determine if that dollar amount is reasonable. For instance, if I'm only hiring 2 teachers, but I have budgeted $500,000, how much you paying your teachers? You know? Or maybe you're hiring 2 teachers and you only budgeted $75,000. Then we're gonna call to say, hey, is this reasonable? Then what you may say, oh, we're paying 0.5 FTEs. Well, if the narrative said 2 teachers at 1 FTE, that automatically tells us that half of that person, each of those salaries are coming out of the fund source, not the entire salary. Okay, so it helps us determine, is this position reasonable, or the amount that's allocated for these positions, is it reasonable? Also, you want to tell us what school, because if we're hiring 10 teachers all for an elementary school, we may question, is this reasonable? What are they doing? Have we placed all of our state units? There are some other things that may pose a question. Very well may be able to do it. Not saying you can't, but I don't know how likely it is. However, the more information you tell us, the more we're able to do our research without having to contact you and get an application approved a lot quicker. Okay? For materials and supplies, 400, that's object code 400. Materials and supplies can be a tricky one. For instance, if you're purchasing paper, pencil, staplers, scissors, we don't need to know that. That's office supplies, okay? you have budgeted a certain amount of office dollar amount for whatever school for office supplies. Now, materials and supplies can extend beyond office supplies, like such as intervention materials or curriculum materials, just various things. That's when you may want to tell us a little bit more beyond office supplies. Because if you put office supplies on here for materials and supplies and we're budgeting $500,000, well, that may be great. I mean, maybe fine for some LEAs because we're talking about LEAs with 47 schools. But if we're LEA and we have 5 schools and we're budgeting $500,000 for office supplies, that may not be reasonable. But what you probably also purchasing is some type of intervention system. So providing that description for us in the narrative really, really helps. Now, a portion of that $500,000, you could be budgeting $30,000 for office supplies, which you can tell us that $30,000 for office supplies, $250,000 for whatever intervention system that you're using, and then another dollar amount for another type of material and supplies that all collectively equal your $500,000. Totally legit, as opposed to saying $500,000, first thing comes to mind is office supplies, and that's it. Chances of that being approved is none, okay? And it just slows down the process. So as much as you can provide for us up front, that's necessary. Just because it's a lot of words does not mean it's necessary, okay? We're not necessarily looking for the length as much as we are looking for just valuable information to describe the purchase. Okay, purchase service. Now, with the purchase service, sometimes we also want you to include the number of personnel, FTEs, and or a detailed description of the services, because not all purchase services you have to tell us the FTEs. Let me just make sure you understand the difference between a purchase service personnel and a salary. Okay, if in all purchase services do not go on the details page, okay? If it's a purchase service personnel, that does not go on the details page. Okay, only your salaries. Salaries are individuals who are hired by the district, okay? They have a contract, teachers have a contract with the district, they're hired by the district, and their payroll is through the district. A purchase service is a group or individual organization who has a contract with the district to do some hiring. For instance, like Kelly Services may have a contract in place to hire all of the subs for your district. We don't need to know the FTEs and personnel behind the Kelly Services. But you may enter into a purchase service with an organization like that's going to provide social workers for your school. And so if the contract is for a certain amount and they are to provide social workers, just say they're providing 5 social workers for your district, but the contract is for $5 million. That's a little excessive, right? So that's going to automatically tell us that may not be reasonable. So if you're contracting with the organization, DH or anyone to provide social workers or maybe nurses, and you need a specific amount, you're telling us that that contract includes a certain amount of personnel. But that personnel may not be their full-time salary. They may be paid, a portion of their salary comes out of Title I funds, and a portion of that contract comes out of another funding source. That's the only time that's really necessary. But keep in mind, if that individual is not receiving a check or not going through the district's payroll, then that would be a purchase service. But if it goes through the district's payroll, that is a salary.
Okay, so I have a contract employee that's like part-time, like $15,000 days, helping with me with administrative stuff. So that would be they're getting the check from the district that's contracted. So would that be a purchase service or would that be a salary?
That's a salary.
That's a salary.
Because that person's check is run through the district's payroll.
So do we have to have a job description if they're contracted?
Yeah.
So you have to upload the contract.
See, the contract is the confusing word.
Mm-hmm.
If The contract is through an organization that's providing the service, providing people, no.
But she's a contracted employee that's being paid
Through the
per
district.
hour through the district, but we don't have a job description because we just pay her contract,
She should have a job description because she's a part-time personnel.
unless the hour is less than part-time, but she would need a job description.
If you're paid out of title funds and you're through the district, they will have to have a job description on file. Now, hear this. Even if that person was paid through like Kelly Services, you still want to ensure that that person meets the requirement that Kelly Services understand that this instructional coach that we're hiring meets the qualifications. For like a, instructional parapro, just because an instructional parapro is hired through a third party, that third party should ensure that that person meets that qualifications, just as subs. If Kelly Services hires subs, that person still has to go through a background check. It still has to be the requirements of that district. So any of the requirements that are in place through because of federal law or any state law, those things are still applicable. Okay? The difference is that person is being paid because we are paying Kelly Services. So that contract is between the district and Kelly Services. That contract should ensure that the requirements are met, that Kelly Services is to ensure that these requirements are met. Does that make sense? And whereas the district HR person is responsible for ensuring that the qualifications are met for those individuals that go through your payroll. Okay? So that individual's salary is not necessarily itemized in that contract. You give one full dollar amount for Kelly Services to provide this service versus giving each individual a salary. Let's talk about teachers who work a summer school program or after school program, part-time. Are they considered part-time on my budget detail page? No, they're not considered part-time. They're a full-time employee, but we're paying them a stipend. We're not paying a portion of their salary. We just paying them an additional stipend. So if anyone in your district is getting paid an additional stipend, that it doesn't count as part-time. Okay? Any questions? Great. All right, next column, when you want to edit the budget line items. Once those budget line items are saved and populated, you can of course go back in and delete any that you want to delete, or you can edit them. Just keep in mind, once you put them in the trash can, once you delete them, they are deleted. There's no way to go back and retrieve those, okay? So if you want to delete them, you just simply go up to the trash can and press the trash can, which is the delete, and they are non-existent. Now, if you want to edit, you can just simply click on the pencil, and the pencil will open the edit box or open the narrative box for you to make any changes. Just ensure once the changes are made, what should you go to? Save. Make sure you save. I would save every time I complete a narrative box. I would save, just because distractions are not predictable, and you want to make sure you save your information. Okay, now completing the budget. Continue creating line items until the total for all budget line items equals the adjusted allocation, as you see here on the right-hand side. The remaining amount at the bottom, that remaining amount reflects the amount of the allocation that's still left to be budgeted. Now we are talking about editing the budget item. We talked briefly about the narrative, and the purpose of the narrative is to provide a description for us, for you as well, but also for the SEA to determine if those purchases are reasonable, necessary, and applicable. In doing so, you want to make sure you provide sufficient information when writing those budgeted items. Now, after the budget items are written, there are ways that you can filter through the budget items. So the filter bar determines which line items are visible. So if you notice here, you are at the very top, the blue, you can filter by function code, object code, location, tags, and by narratives, and I'll explain each of those. But right now, we're gonna talk about function code. If you want to filter by function code, you will click that heading to select that particular option, and you will be able to see all the function codes under that particular selection. So if you look down here in the white box, we're filtering by function code. It's going to, a drop-down box is going to appear of all the function codes that are available. And then you can actually select all the function codes that you want to see. If I want to see all 1100, I can select 1100. If I want to see all 2110, I can select all 2110. So that's an option there. Now the header shows how many line items are shown or exist, and you want to make sure there's an option where you can navigate to and from, because each function code, each header, there's only so many that'll show on a page. So sometimes there are multiple pages that exist. But you will also see the total amount that's filtered for that particular line item. That amount will be here. Any questions? Okay, so here are some other ways to filter. Now this is for Title 1A. You can filter for targeted assistance. The other title programs, there is no other filter that you can filter for. For Title 1A, you can. You just simply select the tag, and if it's TA, you can view all your TA codes, functions, or line item expenditures, and then you can do school-wide. Now, for all budgets, you can filter for narratives. There are 3 different options available for the narrative. You can filter for the missing narratives that are required. Let me give an example. If your CSFO is working on the budget and she goes in and puts certain expenditures and certain line items, and you are responsible for the programmatic piece, so you have to go back and write your narratives, you can filter to see the required missing narratives. What narratives have budgeted dollars amount that you need to go add a narrative to? Because she probably entered the money amount, but you have to go back and add the narrative. So that's an important feature that you want to use. Then you can filter for the ones that have a narrative that exists. So all the ones that have a written narrative, you can filter for that one as well. And then the missing narratives. Now the missing narrative doesn't necessarily mean there's a budgeted dollar amount. That could just be no dollar amount and no narrative there, so you want to filter for that just to double check to see if something was overlooked, or was that intended to be overlooked or not. All right, so as you complete the budget narrative, the total amount of each of those line items populate automatically on your budget grid. Just remember that your budget grid is not editable. You can't actually edit your budget grid. But this one in particular shows the budget grid view of the budget and the object codes and their subtotals. But if a change is needed here, you will have to go back to the budget item for that particular narrative, function code, and object code to make that edit, and then it will populate on the budget. Now, as we read through the application, our job is to ensure that the budget and the narrative matches, that the dollar amount that's budgeted and the narrative matches to what's on the left-hand side. And some are used to may say, that's simple. I mean, the dollar amount that we put on the left, we just put the total amount on the right. Well, not always. Each line item can have multiple purchases, okay? For instance, the example that I gave you for material and supplies, you have different types of material and supplies. So if I'm budgeting $100,000 for materials and supplies, and I'm doing 3 different types of materials and supplies, like I may use office supplies, that could be $30,000, and then I may be buying a intervention program that may be $20,000. So it's in the budget, same budget, but I have $30,000 in my narrative for my office supplies, and then I have $20,000 in that same budget line item in my narrative for that intervention program. Those two collectively is gonna equal that amount that's on the left-hand page. So as you progress through completing the application, it sounds kind of simple up front, but when you're dealing with millions of dollars and as you progress through the application, it can get kind of confusing. And you want to, especially upon revisions and things of that nature, so you want to always make sure after you've made all your changes, you go back and do your calculations with the amount that's listed in your narrative on the right-hand side of the narrative, that it indeed matches with what you have on the left-hand side, okay? Now, this particular view, budget view, is the plus and minus. This is a great resource to use, especially when you're making revisions and when you're budgeting your carryover, okay? If you have items that are in red, those indicate that that allocation amount decreased by that amount, that you withdrew money from that particular expenditure by that particular amount. If you have items that's listed in green, that means it increased by that particular amount. So that'll help you as you transition and make changes to your budget for revisions. Just keep in mind that it doesn't change to red or green unless the application has been approved. So what you see in the black is that amount that was originally approved, the last approved amount. And then the red and green is that amount that you have changed once it's been submitted to us, okay? And you're seeking approval. Questions? Okay, so after you've completed all, now you can do these in whatever order you want to, but the improvement planning part is at the very bottom. After all of the consolidated applications have been completed, the improvement planning section at the very bottom that consists of the LEA consolidated plan, the EL plan, your foster care plan, and your related documents. Those are all required plans for you to complete. Once Jennifer has the opportunity to go through her section, and she goes through the checklist and tell you a little bit more about some of the areas that I've covered, we're gonna do a mini breakout section where you're gonna work in groups and collaborate with one another, and there will be specialists there at the table to support you. And one of those areas is your is the improvement planning area. So you will have the opportunity to ask more questions about the improvement planning area. But it's basically, for the LEA consolidated plan, you're basically answering questions. And the biggest thing we have here, I mean, it seems, very straightforward, but you have to be mindful to answer the question. That's the only way that particular area, your application will be turned, because sometimes the LEA restates the question in a way to answer it, but we are not getting the full answer of how or what this will look like. So that's an area you want to kind of look over, and if you have more questions, be sure to kind of go to that particular session, little small mini breakout, so you can ask questions if you have questions. But definitely, if you have questions after today, you're more than welcome to reach out to your specialist, and they will definitely support. Now, in the related documents section, there are some plans that are required to be uploaded in this section, and it's your transition plan, that's for NRD. Also, your SNS plan. Amanda will talk about that a little bit more tomorrow. The template is made available, but the LEA has to upload the SNS every year. Also, you have to have an EL plan cover sheet, a foster care signature page, and any other documents that is required to be uploaded in that particular section. Okay, so here at the very last section you see is the primary approval. And the primary approval section is for the consolidated application only. And in that particular area, that's where you are able to submit any of your applications to us without having to submit all of them and get them approved. For instance, just say if you have submitted your Title I and Title III application, and I have your Title III application has gone from your specialist to your admin and they're ready to be approved, but the Title I application needs some revisions. What we can do, instead of having to send both the Title I and Title III application back to you, we can primarily approve that Title III section and then return the Title I for revision. So what does that mean and how does that benefit you? Glad you asked. So that means that Title III part, you can go ahead and start expending those funds. You don't have to wait until the Title I and your other grants are approved. Title III is approved. We will primary approve it at our level, and you can start submitting your ES2s and spending down those funds as opposed to waiting for the entire application. And that's only done the first round. Once the overall application has been approved, then it doesn't go through primary approval anymore. So what's the difference between overall approval and primary approval? Overall, on that home page where you see that the application has been approved by the specialist and the administrator and the federal program director, once you see that particular approval, that means every application within that consolidated application has been approved, and you can draw down on all of those funds. And you can see that from the home page. Now, if it's primary approved, you have to actually go to the primary approved section to see which of those grants have been primary approved. Or you can go to the history log and it'll show the timestamp in which any of those applications are approved. Okay? So it's just a great tool to use to keep you from having to get the entire thing approved. And you can get sections approved or different grants approved and spend those funds as soon as possible. Here's the workflow. Remember, everybody's application at this point is either in not started or draft started. Has anyone submitted their application for approval? Not yet, which is fine. It's either in not started or draft started. Draft started means you're working in it, okay? Has anyone not draft started their application? So we've all started our first draft. Or you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, give me something. Okay, so it's either in not started or draft started. Remember, you always have to hit draft started to get the application rolling. Draft started just means you are working in it. And then you have the draft completed. Draft completed means you submit it to your CSFO and it's on their desk for review. And they have the option to approve it or return it to you. After the CSFO, after CSFO has approved it, then it goes to the superintendent, okay? They have the opportunity to review it because no matter what, ultimately the superintendent is responsible for those funds and everything in that application. Okay, so they do have to authorize or approve the application. Now, they may have an authorized representative. That's totally fine as long as they have authorized someone to go in to either approve it or return it. Once the superintendent has approved, it then comes to the department and the specialist has the opportunity to approve and return. Now, here's what our commitment is to you all. Within 7 days, you should receive some type of feedback from the department. I'm not saying within 7 days it'll be approved, but you will receive some type of feedback from your specialist regarding either changes that may be needed or asking for if you need support or assistance, but you will know the status of your application within a 7-day period. Once the specialist has approved your application, then the administrator has to review it. Now, the administrator has about 7 days, but most of the time we can review it a lot quicker than 7 days. Now, the specialist, the initial application does take a minute. Now, there are some points where we are really on a 7-day, crunch, because for you, it's a 7-day crunch, but for us, we probably are just getting to the application. And the beginning of the year is one of those time frames, because just because you submitted your application, you're not the only one. A specialist can have 5 LEAs submit on the same day. So the likelihood of them getting it to you in 7 days is still realistic, but there's a strong chance that it may be the 7th day, or they may be emailing you saying, hey, I'm just starting your review, yada, yada, yada. You will hear something from them. So the delay does not mean denied. It's just, it could definitely mean that multiple LEAs submitted in one time frame and it just takes a little bit longer. Okay? Once the specialist is approved, the administrator is approved, and then the director does the final approval, and that's when the application is either overall approved or primary approved. Okay, any questions? All right, so now here's the LEA plan section. Remember everything that I've discussed first. Who can tell me the 3 parts of eGAP? There are 3 parts. I said one of those parts you may work in or you may not, because your CSFO works in that part. ES2 is one. Planning and funding. Yes. Okay, so funding, all of that information I just shared with you is in what side? Funding side. All of those, the navigation, but they all look the same, but everything that I just went through with the budget and all of that's on your funding side. The planning side is next. You rarely go into the planning side one time a year, and that's to do your needs assessment. Now, it used to be, back in the day, you have to do your planning side, then your budget side. But it was just a duplicate almost, just a different format. So the planning side is ultimately where you're supposed to write the plan and then go write the plan and budget it on the budget side. So what we have eliminated is duplicating both steps and just going to the planning side to complete the needs assessment, and I'll show you how to do that. So that's why we ask for a detailed description in your narrative section to eliminate you having to do the planning side. So we don't see the full plan like you will write it on the planning side, but you do provide enough information that we can understand your plan and the purpose and what you are purchasing, okay? So just keep that in mind. Now, on the the LEA plan sections, you are on a new side of the application, which means you're not on the funding side anymore, you're on the planning side. Keep in mind, you can do the planning first, which technically you should do the planning first, because how am I going to write a plan without completing the needs assessment? So, technically you want to start there with your needs assessments and complete the planning side, which the first thing you do once you get to the planning side is go and click what? Draft started. You want to start your draft first. Okay. Once you start your draft, then here are the steps that you're going to do on the planning side. First, step 1 is go to planning. Okay, you hit your draft started, you're going to go to planning, which you will see at the bottom left-hand corner. the LEA plan. You're gonna select the LEA plan, and then after you select the LEA plan, you wanna go down to planning tools. No, I'm going backwards. You do planning tool, then select the LEA. Once you select the LEA plan and it populates, you're going to only complete this first page here, which is under the section of LEA plan. That page is the needs assessment. The LEA must complete the needs assessments in eGAP in order to get an approved application. Once you select the needs assessments, this is a screenshot of what it looks like. You will simply just select the subject areas and the grade span that's applicable to those subject areas in which you will be budgeting for throughout the application. Now, this is a very basic needs assessment. It's obvious that there's more things for you to do to identify the needs of your school within your district to determine what you're purchasing. But this is just an overall view of the areas and the grade span in which you will be targeting throughout the application. Now, do know if you, for instance, budget something throughout the budget but it's not identified on the needs assessments, then your application will be returned. So obviously you will be budgeting for middle, high school, and elementary, but maybe not in all of those categories. So I would not go say select everything if everything is really not applicable, but you definitely want to select those things that are applicable, okay? All right, just a few reminders before we end my presentation. eGAP has, here, two sides, the funding and the planning that you will mostly deal with. There is a third side, which are the ES2s for drawdown. Don't forget to select your draft started to make sure you can edit the application. Now, you are required to utilize the budget narrative to provide a detailed description of how the funds will be used. You are not required, the planning tool on the planning side of eGAP is optional. You're not required to complete the planning tool, except for the needs assessments, which we just discussed. Now, you will notice if you just feel like going through the planning side to look at, it's really, really great. And here's why you don't really have to complete both. The planning side has an option for not just the district's plan, but for your school plans. And it was a great resource for your schools to complete their budget, which ultimately will feed into your eGAP, which is your budget. But who can tell me what the school plan is? ASIP, which Dr. Williams will talk about a little bit more tomorrow. So there is no need to do both. So that is kind of why we kind of go away from the planning side, but still your ASIP, what is reflected in your ASIP should reflect in your eGAP budget. They are, that school ASIPs are driving that budget, your eGAP budget. So just keep that in mind. And also, if you see a red arrow, just know that's a business rule that must be corrected before you're able to move on.
My name is Jennifer Cannell, for those of you that I've not gotten to meet in person yet. I think I'm starting at slide 132. Yeah. For this little session, Dr. Hawkins showed us the nuts and bolts of how to navigate through eGAP for the funding and planning side. But we're going to start going through your consolidated checklist. So if you guys want to get in your notebooks and pull your checklist out, it's the FY26 Consolidated eGAP checklist. We're going to be referring to that in this next little session. We're only going to go through a portion of it today, and we're going to finish off tomorrow because it's a lot to go through, and we don't want to overwhelm you too much at one time. So we're going to go ahead and get started in just a minute when you all locate that.
We're closed, I know.
Well, no, he's pulling that up. This is gonna be what we use to go through your application at the State Department. So when we receive an application, we review those on a first come, first served basis. So if yours was the first one for that day, that's the one that we're gonna start looking through first. And we go through this entire checklist for the portions that are applicable to your LEA, so for all the allocations that you receive. So if you guys go through this checklist with do your own self-check with the checklist before you submit your application, then it's going to help you tremendously because you will be able to catch some things before and correct them before you submit, before we check them. Okay, let me get the clicker. Thank you, Mia. Okay, I'm gonna sit this down. I'm gonna get it together in a minute. All right, so with your consolidated application with an eGAP, the purpose of that consolidated application is to create and document your plan for those funds that you receive. The goal is always to fund your plan, never to plan for the funds that you receive. So with your strategic planning process, which we'll talk more in a moment, you want to make sure that you have that plan and then you're able to see what funding you have to plug into those spots. So like Dr. Hawkins said earlier, you're not required to complete the planning portion except for that needs assessment because we rely on your budget narrative to be the main portion of the plan where you document that in the consolidated application. That wasn't always the case in years past, but that's how it is now. So consider yourself lucky because it was difficult to navigate between the both and have to make sure your planning side matched your funding side all the time. So we are moving forward in that. So when you're looking at your timeline of completing your consolidated application, planning really starts in the previous spring of the year. So about April, you want to begin looking at evaluating what your current year programs, how those current year programs went, and you want to start gathering that data to be able to conduct a comprehensive needs assessment. And you're going to look at all different kinds of variety points. And this is going to be on a district level, but at the same time, it's mirroring what your schools are doing at the school level. Then we recommend that you use an estimated allocation for what you received this year to know, to kind of plan in the spring for what you can look at having this next year. Okay, some people will do that like straight funded. So if they got a $500,000 in Title I this year, they look at planning the next year on that same amount. We encourage you just to use 90% of those allocations, but please keep in mind that this coming year, we do expect to see quite a few changes with decreases. So just keep that in mind, even though we say 90%. And we do sometimes see, especially with Title V, one year we'll have LEAs that receive Title V that just do not qualify the next year. So it's always just an estimate when you're starting this planning at this point in time. Also in the spring, through April through June, you need to go ahead and start supporting your schools with writing their school level ASIPs for the coming year. And of course, evaluating those current year ASIPs to finish up with those. Then in July through August, we hope to see your allocations drop into eGAP. I think Title III dropped in today. Is that correct?
Well, no, not in eGAP, but the preliminary allocations went out Saturday morning. I
Gotcha.
believe.
So they should be dropping in eGAP, I'm sure, this week. Then,
Well, no, we have to get the intent to apply form back. And then.
Oh, it's the preliminary.
It's the
I'm
preliminary.
sorry, Becky.
That's okay.
All right,
Everybody's like,
it's a
really?
I'm missing what about Title II? No, not yet? Okay. All right, so, we hope that we try to work with LEA Accounting to get those, but you all know the situation that we had this year with the funds being, delayed, being released. So, we want you to continue that strategic planning process to complete your narrative and plugging in those fund sources where they can fit, where they will be able to support that district plan. And then August through September, you need to keep working to finalize your district level plan, as well as help your schools with their school level plans, and then finalize and submit the consolidated application. Remember, the new fiscal year begins on October the 1st, so that's when the funds are available. So we encourage you to get your applications in by October the 1st, so that, because once you submit your application in a substantially approvable form, then you're able to start obligating funds, okay? All right, any questions? All right, so this is kind of your landing page with your consolidated application on the funding side. So in your consolidated checklist, everything that you see in your consolidated checklist is going to follow along with these sections. And then under each section are your individual pages. Okay? Okay, so we're going to start with our consolidated checklist. Again, this is the paper version that you all have a copy of that you took out of your notebook. You can find this under, if you lose your paper copy in your notebook, you can find this under ALSDE resources. There's a section called eGAP checklists, and the FY26 one is there. But I also want to make you aware is when you go to this little page, you can see down there at the very bottom where it says supplemental information, and that bottom one says consolidated checklist. And here I've got it highlighted for you. There is an electronic version of that same checklist. It corresponds number by number, so 101, 201, and to each section, okay? This is actually where we, the specialists, will document notes to you about your application. So if you see that section 2 needs attention, then you want to go, when we mark this as needs attention, a text box will drop down for us, and that's where we can add our notes there for what needs attention in that area. So even if you are not, it's just a matter of preference. If you would prefer to use this one, you may. This is the one where we'll provide notes for you. So if your application is returned, this is where you'll go to find the notes that we have left for you. Now, a lot of times we'll leave something in the history log, like most of the time I'll say with my team at my region, refer to the applications being returned for needed changes, refer to the consolidated checklist for notes, for detailed notes. And then they go here and find the individual notes that correspond with a section where things need to be addressed. Okay? But hopefully you all won't experience that because you'll have your consolidated checklist self-performed before you submit your application, and yours won't need to be returned. Wishful thinking. Okay, so we're going to start in the very first section, which is validation messages / history log. So this is kind of just a catch-all area. Dr. Hawkins talked earlier in her navigation through eGAP about those errors being in red and those warnings as well. So the validation messages in eGAP, when you go to that main sections page, I'll show you in just a moment a screenshot of where you can go and find those. They're really just business rules that we have in place that are working in the background to monitor the quality of the information that you guys submit or enter into the application, to just kind of weed out major errors right offhand, or to give you warnings about potential things that could be issues so that you can try to address some of those before you submit. Okay, so validation messages show those errors and warnings. There's two types of validation messages. I will never see an error when it's submitted to me because errors prevent you from submitting. I have received many phone calls from LEAs that say, I have an error and I cannot submit. How do I resolve this error? and I can help you with that, but once it's submitted to my level, there will be no errors because it wouldn't let you submit to start with. Dr. Hawkins said that the errors are gonna be in red, and those are the major things, like you cannot pass go. All right, the warnings will alert to potential issues. There really may not be issues at all, but it's just common things that we see, like, did you remember to upload this checklist or this form to related documents? That kind of thing. And it may not be applicable to you, but it might. So the history log shows those histories of, okay, so now we're going out of the validation messages onto the history log. The history log is going to display the history of comments and the status changes. So Dr. Hawkins talked about the status changes earlier. So every time you go from draft started to draft completed to CSFO approved, all of that's documented in the history log. Every time, if I have to return the application, that status change is going to be documented in this history log. But the history log also has an area for comments, and that's just a record of discussions between the ALSDE and your LEA for anyone that is involved in that consolidated application process to document those notes and discussions. Okay. Here is where you'll go in eGAP on that main landing page on the funding side. If you want to see, you can see validation messages for each section, but I recommend you just go to your all, which is at the very top, and then click on the messages there, and that's going to alert you to, that's going to show you a whole list, okay? And some of those, if they're in red, will be errors, some will be warnings. All right, now how to get to the history log, it's going to be right under all. And when you click on that history log, that's going to show you the record, the ongoing record of status changes and comments. But if you go to that history log, you're not going to be able to make a comment from there. So what you have to do is if you want to make a comment, you have to actually click on create comment underneath history log. That will take you to create a comment that is then stored in the history log. And there's that one. So the comments can be made by anyone that has access to the application at the LEA level, anyone at our level at the State Department that could be reviewing the application. It can be, you can make the comment be emailed to certain individuals. So when I make a comment because I'm returning an application, then I will send it to the person. It's roles, it's not individual people's names. So I will have it sent to Federal Programs Consolidated Application Director. And that way I know that whoever is logged in with their email address for that role at that LEA, it's going to go to them. And same with all the different roles. They are saved within the funding application in the history log, but they're not visible to the public. So if someone was coming from the public to view the application, they can only view approved applications, the public can. And so if you've got a pending application that you've just submitted, the public won't be able to see that. They can only see approved applications, and then they will not be able to view that history log, which is more, confidential. It's not for public view. Okay, this is the portion, section 1 of the checklist that refers to the validation messages and that history log. And we just say review all of those validation messages and review the history log for any needed explanations. Now, me personally, I'm not looking for if there was a warning like this individual did not upload a transportation for foster care. Well, no, that's not it. A transportation for public school choice for CSI schools. They didn't upload a worksheet for that. I'm not going to look for a comment that you make about that. I can see in your set-asides page you don't have that set aside. But there could be other warnings that you may need to explain. Okay? One thing that we want you to explain, and we try to highlight those like in the checklist, is going to be like if you use grade span grouping for your ranking and serving. We ask that, so there's not a place like within the application to explain your organization of how you grade span group or your justification of why you do that. So we ask that you make a comment about that, okay? Another reason why you might make a comment in the history log regarding some of your validation messages, maybe if over half of your allocation is remaining at the district for district initiatives. That's not something that we encourage, but sometimes there is a valid reason why that might happen. And so I just have my region, if that is the case with any of my LEAs, just go in and explain, just write a justification for why if that is the way that it is. Maybe they're running a district-wide program, preschool program funded with all Title 1A funds, and that's going to be a lot of money set aside at the district for that. Okay, and then we'll just jot any that we need to look at further in the application. Any questions about section 1 before we move on? Okay, let's move on to section 2. And we're going to do section 3, allocations and transfers. So earlier, Dr. Hawkins showed a screenshot of the allocations page. The allocations page in eGAP is going to show you what all you receive as far as your title programs, the allocation that you receive in all of your title programs. All we do on this is we just record where which titles you receive an allocation for, so we know that those are the sections that we need to review. Okay, we do have Title 4A on here, even though Title 4A is not reviewed by our federal program section. It's reviewed by prevention and support. But we still have a place to put that allocation there because that lets us know, oh, I've got to coordinate with prevention and support to know they've reviewed your portion of the application that they need to look at before I go and send it back or before I go to approve it. Okay, any questions about this? This is straightforward. One thing that I would mention with a consortium, so we say if they are participate in a consortium, if, you know, the reason why LEAs participate in a consortium is because they don't have enough on their own, enough of a student type on their own to generate the baseline amount of funds for that. So they will enter into an agreement with one or more LEAs so that together they can receive the fund source and then it's allocated out amongst the LEAs. There will be one consortium lead, one LEA. So if you are not the lead, then on your allocations page, that money is it's gonna be incoming, but then if you look on down on your allocations page, it's going to show where it's withdrawn. And that just means it's being taken from you to go to the consortium lead, and it's budgeted through their application. So if you're ever part of a consortium, but you're not the lead, those funds will be subtracted out of that particular title, and you will not actually complete that application. So for example, if you're in a consortium for Title 1D, but you're not the lead, you will not complete the Title 1D portion. Your consortium lead will complete it for themselves and you within their own consolidated application. Any questions before we move on? We're going to go to 3, which is allocation transfers. Okay, so with allocation transfers, you can transfer your whole allocation or you can transfer however much you want to. It doesn't have to be the whole amount. It can be 10% of it. But you can only transfer from 2 title programs, and that's Title 2A and then Title 4A. So again, we're not responsible for reviewing Title 4A within our section, but it is important that we coordinate if you are planning to transfer out of Title 4A. There are some requirements that prevention and support requires, such as some paperwork, an advisory council paperwork and things like that they have to look at even though you're transferring out of Title 4. Okay, so when you transfer funds from those 2 programs, you'll see at the bottom of the allocations page, if it's got a box there that is white, that means that's a program you can transfer it to. But once you transfer it, it takes on the identity of the program that it's transferred to. So if I transferred my Title II, all of my Title II funds to Title 1A, every single penny now becomes and identifies as Title 1A. Okay? So here we want to know, did the LEA transfer funds? And if they did, was it allowable? Now keep in mind that if you have, how many of you have private schools within your LEA that you serve with equitable services for any titles? I see maybe about 6, 7. Okay, if you do and you are interested in transferring funds, keep in mind that there's a section in ESSA that requires you to, that's a title that private school is interested in receiving equitable services, you will have to consult with them before you transfer funds out because they will no longer be eligible to receive those equitable services. Now, I have seen where they leave some funds in there to provide equitable services for that title, but it's not required. But there is a requirement to consult with them. Any questions? Yes.
So if you do have the private school and they do want funds, is there a requirement to meet with them face to face, or what's the requirement?
So the question is if you do have a private school that is interested in receiving equitable services, is there a requirement to meet with them face to face? I'm going to say there's no requirement to meet with them face to face, but I think that's best practice. I think now we do a lot of things through Zoom or Google Meet or other things, but meaningful consultation doesn't just mean one meeting either. It's ongoing, and so while there's not a requirement to necessarily meet in person, you want to still achieve meaningful consultation. Amanda, do you have anything to add to that? I'm sorry I put you on the spot, but Amanda was our equitable services person for a long time, and also Dr. Hawkins is our ombudsman. Anything that y'all would add to that at all? Okay.
Just because you meet doesn't mean you cannot transfer them.
Yes, right.
Right, well, and I guess this goes back to like at the very beginning when you're first discussing with them, I guess was.
That's the consultation, or that's
Yeah.
where that consultation process starts.
Yes,
Mhm.
okay, so there is a requirement to, I mean, I guess the question is like, go over and sit down and meet with them, or can it be done, like you were saying, like digitally, or can it be done through?
It can be done digitally, like a Zoom meeting or
Right.
something, but
Right.
just email, I mean.
Right.
Yeah, I think emailing back and forth would be difficult.
Yeah,
But
because it needs to
scheduling
be
a
a
virtual
collaborative.
meeting, I think would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, we're gonna move to sections 4, 5, and 6, which go over the supplemental information section of that landing page. So the supplemental information section includes consolidated administration. Raise your hand if you're real familiar with consolidated administration.
Jennifer, let
Yes.
me add this. Although the consultation, you're not necessarily have to physically go there, but remember, if you're purchasing services or products for them to use, you have to physically go there to inventory and all of those
Right.
things every year.
Yes, that's true. But she's talking about that very first time that you meet with them to say, this is what Title 1A is, this is the kind of services that you guys would be eligible, your students would be eligible to receive, that kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. So I did not see anyone raise their hand about consolidated administration, so let me review that for you guys, because it's only one tiny checkbox on the application, but it's so important if you intend to do that. So you know, you may be an LEA that receives 5 different titles. You may receive Title 1A, Title 2, Title 1C, Title 3, and Title 5B. Okay, so that's 5 different titles. So if you choose not to consolidate your administrative expenses, then you as the federal programs person would have to document the time and effort that you spend on each one of those programs. For any of your equipment, if you charge any, like the printer, a printer to the administrative costs for the federal programs department, I printed 10 pages for Title I today. This hour I printed 2 pages for Title II. Okay? So there is flexibility in ESSA that allows you to consolidate your administrative expenses so you don't have to keep that kind of documentation, and you can consolidate all of the time that you spend administering every title program that you get under ESSA, and you don't have to split up those costs individually. So I could, if I, for example, were a federal programs director and I had those five different titles that I mentioned, I could put all my administrative and indirect costs in Title I and administer every program that I have in the consolidated application with that pot of money in administrative costs in Title I and Part A. Okay? So, it's very important that you consult with your CSFO and look at last year's application and see if that box was checked, first of all. And then, check with your CSFO to make sure, is that something that we intend to do this year? Because if that box is not checked and no one realizes, oh yeah, we really want to do that, but your box is not checked, and your application gets initially approved, there's no going back later in the year and checking it at that point. So if you want to consolidate your administrative expenses, you do it up front in your initial submission. And so it's just really important that you know if you're going to do that or not. So when you go to that consolidated administration page, I've highlighted the little checkbox. That's all it is. So it's so minor, but it's so important. And so the section 4 in your checklist, which is question 401, did the LEA elect to use consolidated administration? In other words, is the box checked? And notice this note, if it is not, then we're going to contact you and make sure that that was your intention. So don't get upset with us if we come at you and say, are you sure you don't want to? If you really don't, that's fine. That's a local LEA decision. But it's just, we've had so many people that forget to check that little box that and that consolidate administrative expenses, that we want to make sure that you don't get in trouble down the road because you didn't check that box. Okay? All right, capitalized equipment is the next page under supplemental information. Raise your hand if you know that you have any capitalized equipment in this past year's application. Some of you won't know because you're brand new. I don't see a single hand. We don't see capitalized equipment often, but we do see it sometimes, and it is there. And so it's important that you know what capitalized equipment means. And to be defined as capitalized equipment, that means that it's something that retains its original shape and appearance with use. And under normal conditions, it's meant to last for more than 1 year. It's non-expendable. And what does that mean? That means if the item is damaged, it's going to be more feasible to repair it than to replace the item. And it has to have a unit cost of $5,000 or more. So we're not talking about you bought 25 iPads and they were a total of $5,000. It's a unit cost per item, okay? So this is a screenshot of the capitalized equipment page, and you can see all the different information that's required. And for the checklist, section 5, it's just 501. If capitalized equipment is listed, has this section been completed fully? And so sometimes we see that there's just not enough details and like how it will be used and by whom, and we don't even have the school that's going to be utilizing it, and it's something that's being PPA'd out, and so that's not going to be enough information, and we need you to go back in and provide more details, okay? Okay, and the last thing that is in the supplemental section, information section, is the private school administration page. Now that page, Dr. Hawkins already went over, and I know there were some questions also at that time about private schools and this and this. So I'm not going to go over the page again, but that's where you're going to identify all the open private schools within your LEA. And so on the checklist for number 6, we've got 601, are there any listed? And if so, how many? And the reason that we want to know how many is because when I go to Title I Part A, I need to look for, if there's 5 private schools, I need to look for 5 implementation forms or intent to participate forms if some private schools deny participating. Okay, and then 602 is talking about if this LEA does not have any private schools, then has the LEA gone to the private school service pages under each title that they have that's eligible to receive equitable services and marked the little checkbox at the top that says the district does not have any private schools. And you have to do that, so like if you get Title 1A, Title 2, and Title 3, that's going to be 3 separate checkboxes on 3 separate pages that you have to go mark. All right, any questions about the supplemental information section? Okay, we're moving along. So now we're going to start with Title I, Part A. So Dr. Hawkins said earlier that her section was geared around Title I, Part A. That's because the majority of LEAs receive a Title I, Part A allocation. We only have, I think, 5 LEAs who choose not to accept a Title I, Part A allocation in the state. So where there could only be, I don't know, a handful, 20, 30 who receive Title III, almost everyone receives Title I. So it's just easier to go into details with Title I-A. So we're not going to go into details about every title for the checklist, but we are going to go through for Title I-A, and we're going to go through Section 8 today, and then that's where we're going to end, and we're going to pick up within the Title I Part A consolidated checklist tomorrow. All right, so in Title I Part A, the building eligibility page, which is the first page under that section, is integral to the remainder of the Title I application. So it's very important that you complete your building eligibility page first before you do anything else. But your building eligibility page is where you're going to see each of your schools listed. You're going to find your enrollment count for each school and your low income count. And then if you're choosing to use the CEP multiplier, if you're CEP, then the CEP box is going to be marked and the multiplier is going to be applied, the 1.6 multiplier. And you'll have a recalculation column there, okay? So where does the poverty data and the enrollment data come from? Because we receive this question a lot. It comes from your previous year's fall collection. The fall collection is taken, a snapshot that's taken on the 3rd Friday in October, and that is just whoever you had enrolled that day and whatever their status was, that is who is captured for the fall collection. So really the poverty numbers that are showing are a year in arrears. Now, if your LEA had a reconfiguration, then there's reconfiguration paperwork that has to be completed and the numbers have to be updated based on that day, as if the new school or new grade span existed. Okay, one thing to look at is make sure that all of your schools are listed, because if they're not, that's a problem. Okay, another thing is to look at your grade spans on the building eligibility page. If your grade spans don't match what's really there, please call and let me know, because I can get with Leah Johnson at LEA Accounting and we can update that and make sure that it's matching what is in Ed Durham. All right. Well, I should say that the school directory is what I should say. Or is that Ed Durham? Erickson, yeah. Okay, so if the school participates in CEP, that low income count is going to be derived of those who participate in another program that automatically deems them eligible to be considered free lunch. That's going to be things like SNAP, TANF, Medicaid. It's also going to include special subgroups of students, like those experiencing homelessness, migrant students, students in foster care. They're automatically going to be marked as free. and they're considered directly certified. They're not filling out a paper lunch application. Okay? If the school is not CEP, then that low income count is going to be derived from those direct certs, but also from those who qualify because they filled out the income application for free and reduced lunch for the National School Lunch Program. All right? So if you wonder where your numbers came from, that is where, and so that's what you're looking at on your building eligibility page. Okay, now, I already mentioned this. If you go try to complete other pages in your Title I application before you complete your building eligibility page, you're not going to get very far. Marking the schools as served is what makes them auto-populate on your PPA page. If you do serve private schools, eligible students in private schools with Title I Part A, entering the private school count manually on the building eligibility page is what will generate the top of the set-asides page to show calculate the correct private proportionate share and the public proportionate share. So you really just can't do anything until you've done your building eligibility page. Okay, so at the last column on your building eligibility page is going to be the drop-down box for each school where you will choose to either serve them as school-wide, serve them as targeted assistance, or not serve them with Title I funds. So those are your three choices: school-wide, targeted assistance, and not served. Does anyone have any targeted assistance schools in the past that you know of? Okay, right here. I've got two in the room. Okay, so it's not very common. We have about 5 or 6 LEAs in the state and about 20 schools that are usually served. And so, but sometimes LEAs do choose to serve them. Those are lower poverty schools, lower priority schools, and so they still want to serve them. And that's fine because they're still eligible to be served. All right, so keep in mind that schools are naturally ranked on the page, on your building eligibility page. They're already in the correct order by poverty percentage. Okay? There is a column called sort order if you want to go to your building eligibility page and look at that column. Okay, if you are going to choose to serve your schools in the natural rank order by poverty, there's no reason to enter anything on that sort order. But if you are someone who's going to be using grade span grouping for your lower priority schools, then you do want to use that sort order so that they'll show up in the correct order on your PPA page. That changes their order from being defaulted by the poverty percentage high to low. Also, please keep in mind that all the schools in your LEA that exceed 75% must be served. Okay? It's not an option. The only caveat to that is if your district's total enrollment is less than 1,000 students. Okay? And then those LEAs, because they're small, are exempt from ranking and serving requirements under ESSA to provide flexibility. Okay, if you look to the right hand of the page, right before you get to the drop down, there's going to be 3 columns, and they're check boxes, okay? The first checkbox you'll see is called eligibility for service column. Now this is you only for you. You can't check and uncheck there in that column. If they're eligible to be served with Title I funds, they're already going to be checked for you. So that way you know, okay, this school is eligible, I can serve them. They're going to be checked already. Okay, that's just a little helpful visual guide for you to know who's eligible, for us to see that you're not serving anyone who's not eligible. Okay, so that's a view only. And keep in mind that if the schools that are checked are going to be above 35%. Unless you're in one of those districts who has lower poverty and the district's total poverty average is less than 35%, then the schools are gonna be checked that are higher than the district's poverty average. Okay, but that's not very common. But it does happen. All right, then there's gonna be 2 columns that you may need to check for certain schools. Okay, one is gonna be the eligible by other factors column. Okay, you will have to check that box for schools that you're serving as Title I if they meet one of these 2 caveats. One is gonna be they're previously serviced, and we're gonna talk about previously serviced in just a moment. Okay, so just put a pin in that one right now. The other one is gonna be using a feeder pattern. Since I've been with the department, I've not seen any LEA use a feeder pattern. It doesn't mean that it's not allowed, it's just a flexibility that I've not seen an LEA take advantage of. But what that would be is if a school was not eligible based on their regular poverty percentage, they could, and a lot of times you'll see it with high schools. So let's say this high school's poverty is very low because the students don't want to complete the applications, they don't want to be identified. Okay, then I could use the middle school's poverty percentage that feeds into that high school and round that together and use that for my high school's poverty. Okay, so if that's an option that you want to use, then please contact me because there are some things that you have to do. And there's a column that you'll see on the building eligibility page that says your feeder percentage, I believe. And so we'll have to help you make sure you've got the correct thing in there. All right, so that's what using a feeder pattern would be. So I've never seen anyone use it for that reason though. But the other reason would be previously serviced. Okay, so sometimes a school's poverty drops low enough that even though they were served last year, they're no longer eligible to be served with Title I. They fell below the 35%. Well, there is it's called a grandfathering provision in ESSA that allows that school to be served for 1 additional year. And then if the poverty still doesn't come up high enough for it to be eligible, then it cannot be served any longer. So it's their grandfather year. And so that's what previously serviced means. So if you have a school that's going to be marked previously serviced, they're not going to be marked as eligible because they're not eligible. And if they're previously serviced, you're going to have 2 check boxes by that school, one under the eligible by other factors column and one under the previously serviced column. Yeah.
So they can only be serviced 1 year after, correct?
The question is, can they only be served 1 additional year? Yes, if they do not come back up to at least 35%, and then they can no longer be served.
Unless they come back up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, above 35%.
So to find that information, I just go back and verify the previously served was checked last year.
Yes, if previously served was checked last year, then they can't, and their poverty percentage is still below 35%, then it cannot be used a second year.
And they're below the district average.
Yeah, so they're just not eligible. So if it was previously serviced, if they were, okay, in order to use this provision, also they had to have been served as Title I last year. So, yeah. And so if they've already used that as their grandfather year, they can't have a second grandfather year. So it's only 1 additional year. And that's flexibility that is there to try to prevent so much dropping off, coming back on, dropping off, and just, you know, a lot of times it will just dip for that 1 year and then come back up. Any other questions before we move on? Okay, here is section 7 of the checklist. So in the eligibility for service column, are only schools with 35% or higher checked? That's not something you have control over. That it just is a reminder for us to go see who's eligible. Remember, that's a view-only box, so you can't check or uncheck them. 702, have any schools been checked in the eligible by other factors column? And then if so, it's got to be due to a feeder pattern or previously serviced. 703, if using a feeder pattern, has that pattern been explained in the history log? So there's yet another thing that we would need you to go put a comment in. 704, if using a feeder pattern, is the feeder pattern rounding percentage correct? And again, you would just, if that's an option that you're interested in using, then you would just need to contact me and us work through that together to make sure you got the correct percentage. 705, have any schools been checked under the previously serviced column indicating that grandfathering provision for that one additional year? And notice, we say here, last year's application should be checked to verify that the school was eligible and served last year. So we will go check last year's and make sure that that wasn't their, that they didn't use that last year and they were eligible last year and served. 706, under the service column, are all schools correctly designated as school-wide, targeted assistance, or not served? So remember, schools with less than 40% poverty should be targeted assistance unless they were served as school-wide the previous year. And then they can continue to be school-wide. Or the other option is if the LEA has an approved waiver. 707 are all schools with a poverty above 75% served. And 708 is going to be the caveat. If they're not served and they're over 75%, does the district have less than 1,000 students overall? Any questions about building eligibility before we move on? All right. So gear up because I've got to get a little sip of my drink because my throat's getting dry. Excuse me. We're about to go hit set-asides. So stay with me, because set-asides can be overwhelming. All right, your Title I set-asides portion. We're going to be referring to your Title I set-asides page in eGAP. And so the set-asides is where the LEA is allowed to or required to reserve certain funds off the top before the money is allocated out to the Title I schools. Okay? You sometimes we'll hear people refer to these as district reservations. We tend at the state office to refer to them as district set-asides, okay? So if you look at your set-asides page, there's a box at the very top that it shows your total allocation, then it shows your public school students, your private school students, and then your public proportionate share and your private proportionate share. And then, once it takes that out, it'll show a Title I adjusted allocation. This is what I was talking about, will auto-populate once you've completed your building eligibility page. If you've not completed your eligibility page, then this information is not going to be accurate yet. If you do not serve private schools with equitable services, it's just going to be like your private school is going to be 0 proportionate share, and your adjusted allocation will be the same as your total allocation because you're not having to provide any to equitable to private schools. Yes, sir.
So a private school will end up on my building eligibility page if I have it checked? Is that what it is?
That's a good question. So the question is, will the private school show up on my building eligibility page? No, it will not. But what will show up, what you have to manually enter on your building eligibility page is go look at that page, and after the low income count, like towards the middle of the page, you'll see a column that says private school enrollment. You have to go manually enter. So let's say you have 2 private schools in the district. You have to know which students that are eligible at those 2 private schools, what school, what public school they would be zoned for if they were attending, and you go enter it there. And that's where it will give auto-calculate a total. Does that help? Not really?
Never had to do it before, but I think I.
Do you have to serve private schools in Russell? Are you Russell?
Marshall.
Marshall. Are you
We're talking
Trevor?
about Trevor.
Okay.
I was talking about earlier, I've got someone that's interested for the first time, they have a new head of school
call me and I'll show you where to put the information, okay? All right. Okay, so that, all of those boxes in that top half of the set-asides page are grayed out for you because you don't enter any information there. It's all auto-populated from your allocations page and your building eligibility page, okay? But it's very important, especially when you go to do your private school parent and family engagement worksheet, and you'll want to make sure that you've got the correct information. Okay, so the very first thing that you have to take off the top are the private proportionate share, those for private schools. That's at the top of the set-asides page. And then you're going to see in the middle of the set-asides page a whole list of possible set-asides and then a funding box where you can enter the amount if your LEA chooses to reserve something there. Okay? As I stated earlier, we strongly recommend that the set-asides, the total set-aside amount does not exceed more than half of the district's Title I allocation, because Title I Part A is a school-based program. The majority of the funds should be trickling down to the schools so that schools can plan for their individual needs to improve student achievement. Now, there are sometimes legitimate reasons why there would be more than half kept at the district. We usually ask you to explain that with a comment in the history log. But that's just a general guideline that we ask you to keep in mind, that you PPA out as much as possible to the schools. Now, in this, and I've already said this, there's going to be a description of the program and then a budget field. Okay, you have to make sure, so like if when you put something for a set-aside, you have to make sure that over in your budget that it's matching that amount. It doesn't have to match that amount in the exact line item, but all together. So for example, if you're reserving $10,000 for district-wide professional development, you may have some in purchase services, you may have some in $600 to $899 for a registration, but all together, you may have some in materials and supplies, but all together, I have to go find that $10,000 add up to that amount in the budget narrative, okay? And Dr. Hawkins will talk more about that tomorrow. I'm going to skip ahead really quickly before we backtrack, because while I've got this second bullet here, we're going ahead to 8.20 of the checklist. And that one states, does the district's total set-asides add up to be more than half? If yes, please reach out to the LEA to find out if any funds could be PPA'd out to the schools instead of being used as a district set-aside. Okay, so that's something that we do look at. All right, so there's one set-aside that's required for every single LEA who submits a Title I-A allocation, and that's a set-aside for those students experiencing homelessness, and that includes students throughout the district, not just at Title I schools. Okay, so where you can't do that for all student subpopulations, for homeless, that is allowed, that you serve homeless students. They're categorically Title I, in other words, even if they don't attend a Title I school. For some LEAs, it will be required to set aside funds for parent and family engagement. If the LEA's total Title I allocation is $500,000 or more, then you're required to set aside a minimum of 1% of the total allocation. We've already said private schools, if that's applicable to you, and also neglected or delinquent. So if you have any facilities within your that you count on your annual count that you submit for your neglected or delinquent annual count, that is calculated into your total Title I allocation, and you do have to set aside funds to serve those facilities. Now, there are also optional set-asides. That includes administrative and indirect costs. These aren't required, but they are allowable. District-wide professional development. So we're not talking about this individual school needs to go to this conference, and this one, it's a district-wide. Like, we are implementing this new intervention in all of our elementary Title I schools, and we need to train our teachers. Transportation for public school choice for comprehensive support and improvement schools. Transportation for foster care in order to maintain educational stability, and then other district initiatives. So other district initiatives is kind of our catch-all. So in your LEA, there may be a need to have an EL specialist that is supplemental to the core EL plan. And they're going to serve all the Title I schools, the EL students in the Title I schools. Now, it is not allowable to serve with Title I EL students at non-Title schools. Okay, so you have to keep that in mind. All right, any questions? Okay. All right, service to private schools. If the LEA has participating private schools, you're going to list that number of private school students for each school that they would be attending if they were not attending the private school on that building eligibility page, and that proportional share is going to be automatically calculated. The equitable services, activities, and expenditures go in 9200. That's the function code that they all belong to. They're not going to be in any other function code. But they do need to align to the Consolidated Implementation Plan, and they should match the, they should match that, what your narratives are in that implementation plan, sorry. And then activities and expenditures must be reasonable and necessary. Okay? Any questions about private schools? This is what we look for in the checklist. We're going back. This is 8.01. If you do not have any private schools, we just look that you've checked that little checkbox at the top of the page that says does not have any. And then in related documents, we'll also look to see, like, if you have private schools, but they chose not to participate, we'll look to see for those intent to participate ones. All right, administrative and indirect costs can total a maximum of 15% of the total of the Title I-A application. Those are all going to be budgeted under 6,000 to 6,999. That's the function code. Okay, and those also have to be reasonable and necessary. 8.02 and 8.03 of the checklist refer to your admin and indirect costs. For indirect costs, we also look to see that you the LEA annually negotiates an indirect cost rate that the maximum amount that you can set aside for indirect costs will be at the top of your budget after you put all your direct costs in. And so we'll look to see that you don't exceed that as well. Okay. Professional development activities that are a district-wide initiative must be designated as described in the budget narrative. So we need to know why this is a district initiative. You need to tell us that it's how it is linked to your academic needs, and we need to know that it meets the federal definition of professional development. So if you look in section 8101 of ESSA, that's the definition section. Professional development is defined there, and it's not a one-day sit and get and that kind of thing. It's ongoing, sustained, job embedded. Okay, and of course, that needs to be reasonable and necessary. And 8.04 is what we look at with the checklist. And for example, like you could have an allowable professional development, and you could say this is $5,000, but in the budget, if you have $6,000 allocated to it, it's going to go back because it doesn't match. Your set aside amount on the set aside page doesn't match the amount that you budgeted in the budget narrative. All right, neglected and delinquent, we talked about this. Those neglected facilities, you can see the definition here. They're going to be licensed by the Department of Human Resources. So we ask that you upload a copy of the current license to the Title I-A related documents so that we know that this is an eligible facility. And then you will document that in the budget narrative. A lot of times that looks like tutoring services or hiring a tutor to go work with those students. Same thing for delinquent, you can see the definition here. A delinquent facility is going to be licensed by the Department of Youth Services in our state, and we again ask for a current upload of that license to the Title I-A related documents if you have that set aside. All right, here are the two checklist items for those two, 805 and 806. Any questions? All right, parent and family engagement. How many of you have tried to do your parent and family engagement worksheet yet? Mr. Bissell? Okay, so if you need help with your parent and family engagement worksheet, you just need to call me. I will also double check your calculations for you. That worksheet is in the related documents. You'll see Dr. Hawkins showed earlier how the middle has the templates and the end of the page is where you will upload it. Okay, so for that checklist, it will calculate automatically for up to 25 schools. So if you're one of those really large LEAs and you have served more than 25 schools, then you'll have to calculate yours manually. So also what we've noticed is that sometimes there's like a rounding error in the worksheet with the schools. So if you notice that you're a penny too much or a penny under, call me and I'll manually calculate it and tell where the error is and how we need to correct that. But it's the best that we have, the best option we have right now is to use the checklist. Okay, so you will upload that, and out of that 1% minimum, you can reserve more, but out of that 1% minimum, at least 10% of that 1% has to remain at the district to carry out the district level parent-family engagement plan, and 90% of that 1% has to be designated for school level activities. Now, it's still considered a set aside in this case, even though it's being allocated out to the schools. And when Dr. Hawkins goes over the PPA page checklist tomorrow, that's where you allocate that school level portion, the 90%. And she'll also show you where you will put in that 10% portion, okay? So those amounts need to match what the amounts are on that worksheet that you upload to related documents. And if not, then we'll, be sending it back and saying something's not right here. All right, so this is, if you serve equitable services with Title I-A. Earlier I said the top of the set-asides page, this is what it looks like. So in this case, here's the original allocation. Here's the total number of public school students, the total number of private, and then it automatically calculates, so 0.29% is the public proportionate share. And that 2.29 of the total allocation is $5,770.84. This district will automatically be required to take reserve 1% of this private proportional share for parent-family engagement at the private school. So then they only need to reserve 1% of the adjusted allocation, which is the public share, because they've already reserved 1% off of that amount. Okay, if you do not have private schools that you serve with Title I-A, you can just totally let that go out of your head. But if you do serve private schools, then you want to make sure that you're using the adjusted allocation or you're reserving more than you are required to. Okay? This is what we look at. 8.07 is a general parent-family engagement, making sure that you've completed your checklist accurately. 8.08 is specifically for the district level, 10% of the 1%, and 8.09 is the 90% of the 1%. A lot of times people will just lump this together in the budget, but we need to be able to tell where the 90% of the 1% is and where the 10% of the 1% is. It may be in the same place, but it just needs to be identified, okay? All right, the set aside for students experiencing homelessness. This is going to be based on a needs assessment. We don't have a template for that. You can create your own. But we don't tell you how much to set aside, it just needs to be a reasonable amount to meet the needs of the number of homeless students that you have. So in the checklist, this is what we look for. Of course, everyone has to have a homeless set aside, and we look to see that we can find that in the budget and that it's reasonable and necessary and the amount matches. In this case, the amount needs to match on the needs assessment, the homelessness needs assessment, the budget, and the set aside amount. All right, transportation for public school choice. Now, this would be, if you have those CSI schools, then we would look to make sure that they're a CSI school. The students are, if you do offer this option, the students are, you are required to allow the students to participate at, just like they were a student, a zone student at that school, and they would, must be able to complete the highest grade at that school if they are allowed to transfer and participate in all activities, including extracurricular activities, eligible for that. This is limited to a 5% of the total allocation, and this is what we look for in the checklist. Transportation for foster care. Now, this is a link to the non-regulatory guidance for foster care. The purpose of providing this transportation is for those that it's in their best interest to remain in their school of origin, that these funds are allowed to, are there to allow that to happen. Of course, they're going to be budgeted in 4,100 to 4,199, and they must be described in the budget narrative and reasonable and necessary. And 8.12 is the checklist item that we look for that. And of course, you need to make sure that you're following your own foster care plan. In there, you describe how those transportation costs are going to be shared by the LEA and the local Department of Human Resources that you're working with. So you want to make sure that you're following that plan. All right, other district initiatives is the catch-all for everything else that doesn't fit into one of the others. The thing that you have to make sure that you're not doing with other district initiatives is you want to make sure that you're not directly or indirectly serving a school out of rank order. So if it's something that can be attributed to a school cost center, that's not a district initiative, that's not a set aside, and it has to be PPA'd out, okay? So I have some LEAs who have 5 different other district initiatives. So when you look at the set asides, it's the last set asides in the middle of the page. There's a text box below there, and it's got a character limit, so you can't just write right there. You're going to have to add all of that in the budget narrative. But what it will allow you to do is list the name of the other district initiative and the amount. Okay? So if you have 5 other district initiatives, then that amount for each of the 5 district initiatives should add up to the total other district initiatives amount. And then we have to go in the budget and look for the total of each of the 5 individual ones. I've seen this for EL, as I mentioned earlier, migrant. There's just all kinds of additional, sometimes people put things here for additional parent-family engagement, that they just want to put the 1% minimum in the parent-family and they put extra here. I've seen this for district, like district-wide instructional coaches. You just have to make sure also that it's going to be allowable for your district, because if all of your schools aren't served with title funds, then it's very easy to supplant. And you want to make sure that there's no presumption of supplanting, that you're actually supplementing. So you could not, for example, have a district-wide math coach and but you're going to, and you're not all Title I, and you're going to use state or local funds to pay the portion of the salary that person works for non-title schools, and the portion of the time that she spends via district initiative. That would be supplanting. Okay, it's not treating that as Title I neutral. Okay, so you just have to be careful with your other district initiatives and make sure that they're gonna be allowable. So a lot of times people get real excited, oh, we can do this, this, and this, but in their situation, it just doesn't work. Here are the items that we look for other district initiatives. And we look to see that we can find those in the budget, that it's not serving schools out of rank order. The other district initiative that we often see that I say for last is going to be preschool. So preschool would be an other district initiative. As I think Dr. Hawkins mentioned preschool earlier, or somebody did, maybe Dr. Davis, that you can completely fund a preschool program with title funds, or you can use it in addition to another fund source. But if you do, there are worksheets that must be completed. You must complete, for every classroom, every preschool classroom, you would complete a preschool worksheet. Okay? And that would have to be uploaded to the Title I related documents page. Then there's a preschool compilation document, and that would be, so say you had 10 preschool classrooms funded with Title I. Then on that preschool compilation document, it would have all 10 adding up on that one. So you're always just going to have one compilation document, but you're going to have one preschool worksheet per classroom. And here are the items that we look for on the checklist regarding preschool. Preschool is always going to be budgeted under function code 9140. Okay? And if you have those, we'll check the worksheets. Again, those are things that we would be happy to check ahead of time. If you want us to go ahead and look over that while you're doing your application and make sure you're on the right track.